Hey, good morning. We're back. We've just had the quorum check. I don't know if Patrick is already ready to present the results. Not yet. Okay, a minute. That's fine. We can, if we want, while we're waiting for the results, already start with the opening of the day, Pedro?
Sure, no problem. I'm obviously super duper prepared for the opening. So, while Patrick gets the results ready, welcome to the second day of the winter NA, where we'll be having the most important part of the voting, and we'll finally make some decisions for the assembly. I don't want to bore you also too much, but we will have a lot of, before we go into the voting, we still have a lot of fruitful discussions into the SOS proposal. So please grab a coffee, grab anything to eat or to drink, get comfortable, and enjoy the plenary sessions. We will have some changes on the agenda, so please, stick with us. We'll explain you all through the process. And without further ado, we'll give the floor to Theo, and he will explain to you everything that we have planned.
Thank you, Pedro. Wonderful to be here with you guys this morning. I hope you're feeling as fresh as me, or lack of fresh as me. But I've missed this feeling, so it's nice to have it again. We're going to have, I don't know if Patrick, are you ready yet? Patrick, are you ready or not yet? Are you ready? Okay, I'll quickly give the screen to Patrick, and then we'll continue with the rest of the day so we know the quorum before we continue with the presentation. So I'll just give the presenting rights to Patrick.
Yeah, to be honest, there won't be much surprises because, as you can already see on the website of the NA, 39 sections participated, but for some reason, 10 voted for a different flag. Why? But it doesn't matter. That's the important part down here. 39 can vote on the other votes today. See you later.
Cool. Thank you very much, Patrick. Continue with the program for today. As you can see, we actually now have to vote on several agenda changes. What has been requested from us during the last, let's say, 12 hours, so we've had to change, has been moving the cash audit presentation to the beginning of the day. Then there is an amendment to the proposal on the membership fee calculation. So we will have a presentation for that amendment, as well as a vote if the amendment will be included in the proposal or not. And this also means that there is additional time for the discussion, which we've added because we have more content of stuff to discuss. And finally, it's also been requested that the vote on the membership fee will be a secret vote. This was done by a section, so we will also have to vote on that. And that is actually the next thing that we will do. So you should get emails, and you can go ahead with the voting. Are we still live?
Yes, we are live.
So maybe I will also show you guys while you're voting what the new agenda looks like, the amended agenda. That might make a lot of sense. So I'll just move that over here. No, that's the wrong one. Because you can see a lot of colors. So I can now remove. As you can see, we have a new voting block after the opening of the day. From the votes I just talked about, the cash audit report, is early in the morning. I have to adapt the times. That's not correct. Apologies. I will do that in just a second. We have the presentation of the amendment and the vote on the on if the amendment is added to the proposal or not. So it's basically 2 new voting slots and the presentation of the amendment, which are new items on the agenda, because we've just added time to the general discussion on the proposal. We didn't have to add a separate item for that. I'm also going to fix the times, but what is important is the order and not the times.
Silence.
Right.
So the weather.
The weather is really nice. It's sunny and white outside my window, and I think the weather forecast for Göttingen today is -17 or whatever. I stopped caring or counting. How is the weather in the other corners of Germany? No, Patrick, we need an actual description, not a thumbs up.
Vicky says good.
Well, basically the same. Blue sky, sunny, very cold.
And here's the weather forecast for Freiburg. It's basically sunny, blue sky, but I think it's very cold. Und jetzt zurück ins Studio. Theo.
In Switzerland.
Ja, hey, danke vielmals, Christian. Das Wetter in der Schweiz ist ziemlich gut. Wir haben keine Wolken, einfach nur blauen Himmel und die Sonne. Es ist ziemlich kalt, aber es ist sehr schön. Ich glaube, es kommt es ist ein kleines Tief da und im Verlauf des Tages wird es sicher noch ein bisschen wärmer und dann sehen wir die nächste Woche wahrscheinlich noch eine ganz gute Woche. Ja. Pedro,
Okay, und zum Sport nach Karlsruhe?
Also, and now
Freiburg hat gestern 0-0 gespielt. Wie war es mit Karlsruhe? Das Derby in der wievielten Liga?
Second.
Kann mir jemand ein paar Finger leihen?
I'm sorry. We are too busy being the best city in Baden-Württemberg to worry about football. What? And now to sports. I took today a long stroll from my bed to the kitchen. It was very good. Indeed,
and what did you do in the kitchen?
I prepared an muesli à la pitre, which is a famous delicacy known by the famous chef Gordon Ramsay, who called me eat a sandwich afterwards. I was honored. And now for the news. Back to Tim.
Did it look like I was frozen? So
Yes, maybe a little bit. Yeah.
breaking news: there is no news. We're-
Newsflash.
It's just one more peaceful, uneventful day. Nothing new to happen. I see. No need for votes then.
Democracy still lives for another day. That's good news, I guess. We almost have the full votes, which is very nice.
Still 10 people missing. If you didn't receive a mail, let us know. We're here too. 30. Count the votes. Count the votes. Count the votes. No. So, Phil, what do you think about big tech?
So, as you know, it's quite a contentious topic. There's lots of discussions going on about, should you really, define tech in sizes? Is that offensive or not? So I like to withhold from this. Small, big, medium tech. For me, it's all tech, and I don't want to discriminate. I think they should be able to identify their size on their own.
We need more machine learning, AI, blockchain, and stuff like that. And big data is basically the stuff we need for ESN Germany. I think I should. Oh, I have ideas.
So
Thank you, Pedro, for this brainstorming session in the morning.
I see Chris is doing more propaganda. I like it. So, Chris, will you implement a blockchain in ESN?
For what? For our Bitcoin?
Will we have our own ESN coin at some point?
That would be how you pay the new membership fee in ESN coins.
A certain
If you would
treasurer
pay.
could maybe refuse the payment in that certain coin, but the treasurer is open for ideas.
So you can also write us questions in the speakers list too, if you guys are bored. We'll gladly use them to discuss and entertain you in our ESN podcast, live every Sunday.
So, guys, how did you enjoy the social program yesterday?
It was marvelous,
Marvelous.
marvelous, exquisite.
Exquisite.
No, it was beautiful. Really enjoyed the pop quiz, even though in the end we're all winners. So I mean, there's no point on pointing fingers or names, who was better or anything. So yeah, we're all winners. We all participated. It's all important that we are all very nice to each other. Am I right?
Am I right?
Pia, what's your favorite pizza?
My favorite pizza. Excellent
Hawaii.
question. I think Chris wanted to say something.
It's a
I said
Hawaii.
but it's the worst pizza ever. So.
Somebody's
Not
trying to be
even
edgy and offensive to get attention. Nice one, Chris.
I could also just change the screen to me, and it would be enough attention for me.
Aw. if you need this, I support you, Chris. You can do that. I don't want to starve you of the attention that you might need. But Pedro, pizza. Good question. It's definitely a mood thing. So if I have a huge hangover,
Mhm.
could be the case today, maybe not. I would have a kebab pizza,
Whoa. Okay.
and I would also order a portion of chips, and I would put the chips on the pizza if I would have a hangover. Yeah, and cocktail sauce, like.
That's not a pizza anymore, though.
Yeah, like next you just fold the pizza on itself, and it's a sandwich.
Then you can eat it even faster. But normally, I don't know. I don't have a favorite pizza. Like I like the ones that have like veal on it, so Kalbfleisch, and like a fried egg. But they always have different names. I think sometimes they're called capo, stuff like that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Pedro, do you prefer fondue or raclette?
Fondue or raclette?
Do you even know what they are?
Yes,
Okay.
of course. Of course, I know what they are.
I think Pedro
would
has
say-
enough international dinners with VS and Switzerland.
I think I will go for the raclette.
Care to elaborate why you would go for raclette?
I like the setting a bit better. How you just, I mean, I like more the grilling of the food with your little pan and the cheese, more than dipping the food in the melted cheese.
Mm-hmm.
I think that for me is what does it. It has a slight edge, but it's exactly that. What about you? Do you like?
I would agree with your assessment. I also prefer the raclette slightly, and it's more fun. And also you can grill meat on the top, which is nice. So you have that added element which you
Yeah.
don't have with the food.
You have a bit of more freedom. Talking about freedom, what's your favorite movie, Pio?
Well, it's definitely not Braveheart, if that's what you were alluding to. I've actually just realized I've never seen Braveheart, but I know that I know the famous line from the movie. My favorite movie. Well, I'm not sure I have a single favorite movie. My favorite movie franchise is Star Wars, obviously, because it's the best thing ever created. Lord of the Rings comes very close second as an amazing franchise and amazing movies. Probably individually, the individual Lord of the Rings movies are probably better than the average individual Star Wars movie as well. Current favorite movie would be Rogue One. And like my guilty pleasure all-time favorite movie just to chill and laugh would be Superbad. How about you, Pedro?
My favorite movie. So about the classics, I really like Forrest Gump.
Give me a second. Even though we are still 4 votes missing in the agenda, we have said that the voting block is going to close at 20 past, so we're going to close it at 20 past.
All right.
You can talk about your movies if you want to.
My movies, right? It's now my movie. Okay. So yeah, so classics, I really will go for Forrest Gump. I really like the setting and the story. Beyond that, I also enjoy the kind of movies which have this really weird plot twists, which you don't expect. For example, I like Inception. I really like Inception. And which else? I'm gonna go with those two. I'm gonna go with Inception and Forrest Gump. Also, but I'm a huge fan of the Lord of the Rings, so favorite trilogy, Lord of the Rings.
Definitely a sound choice. Well done.
Thank you, Gunther.
So you're also, I guess it's now 20 past, so the voting closes. So Patrick will be having a look at the results. So we will bide a little bit of time until then. If you think it was coming to a one-on-one fight, Pedro, who would win, Dumbledore or Gandalf?
Gandalf, 11 out of 10 times.
Oh yeah. I could just feel how many people are offended right now. How dare
How
you?
dare you? The audacity of saying something like that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Harry Potter. I'm sorry. Gandalf is just very high up.
Do you know how many blue wizards there are in Lord of the Rings?
How many who?
Blue wizards. There's a grey and a white one,
Mhm.
and then there is a certain amount of blue wizards. Do you know?
No. Before saying something which is horribly wrong, I'm gonna say no. No.
The correct
What-
answer
what's it?
was three.
What?
It's three blue
Uh,
wizards. But they're
what's
not even mentioned or appear in the movie. But I think if you read maybe the Silmarillion, there's some stuff about them. I'm not quite sure. I'm
Even
not
in the
that much
first
of
one,
an
there's
expert.
stuff about one.
In the Hobbit, you mean?
No, like in the Fellowship of the Ring in the book, isn't there mentioned them?
I don't know. I haven't read the books. To my shame.
Shame.
Hmm.
Here you go. So who's going to win? King Kong or Godzilla?
Which Godzilla are you assuming here? Like the resized for the same size as King Kong, or the original size that you see compared with the American warships? That yeah. So
Ines wrote like,
first define that.
Ines wrote like Donkey Kong. I agree with that question. The most is my favorite answer on the phone. Vicky said to stop the count. How dare
Oh, Jana, that's very kind of you. Thank you for offering the books. I
That's
first
alright.
have a lot of Star Wars books I need to read before I can dive into that.
So it's 10:23.
So, Pedro, what are your plans in ESN? What's the next thing you're going to do?
Wow. You sure know how to touch a how to find my weakness. I will be a lost soul looking for the light in my path.
I believe the treasurer position is still open, Pedro.
You don't want
Wait,
it.
Pedro, I can give you a crash course how to do stuff, how to make money appear but still fail.
Once I get my finances in order, I can maybe talk about others. But if I'm still gonna buy dumb stuff in Amazon, then it's like, okay, I'm not a sensible person for finance.
Otherwise, maybe you can try the PR manager position. I think you already have proper Instagram skills, so you are halfway done.
I get roasted on my Instagram skills daily. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I like the compliments. So I'm not gonna say no.
Maybe
At
we
least
actually
it's
can.
traffic.
Sorry, what?
At least it's traffic, even if it's negative. Like,
Agree.
Hello, please. Presenting rights.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Take it away. Yes. Freedom.
I hereby hand over to Patrick with the results.
Cheers. Since we are counting abstinations, this time as well, we need to make sure that we have 1/3 majority for every vote to pass. First one is, do you agree to the change of the agenda by the request of ESN Freiburg to move the cash audit report to the beginning of the agenda? 30 yes votes, which is more than 1/3. So this is going to pass. Second one, do you agree to the change of the amendment to the agenda through the amendment of the proposal calculation of the membership fee by Bayreuth, Greifswald, Jena, Dresden, and TUMI Munich? 34 yes votes, which is more than 1/3. So this is passing as well. And the last one, do you agree with the motion of ESN Bonn to hold the vote on the proposal calculation of the membership fee in secret? 24 votes for yes, which is again more than 1/3, so it's going to be a secret vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. This means the next presentation is the cash audit report. Also, thank you everyone for voting and for approving our changes. You've made our life easier. The next presentation is the cash audit report by Vicky, and in the meantime, I will also update the agenda with less colors, and so that you can see the proper times and stuff. Over to you, Vicky. I'm going to give you the presenting rights. There you go. Floor is yours.
Okay, so here you see the report of me as a cash audit and Niklas Scheidmann, also from ESN Freiburg. We did that last week. And well, okay, so our general idea of the cash report was to just go through the documents we got from Louis and check if we didn't check every line of it, but we checked randomly some of the invoices and amounts. And the overall cash amounts are fine. So that's what we wrote in the beginning here. So we would like to take the report like this. But we have some few things which we would like to say, like, for example, first of all, the report wasn't so easy to do because we didn't see a profit and a loss account in the beginning, so we didn't have an overview of how much money they ESN Germany had as expenses and income per year, so there was no overview. We suggest in the future to have the storage of receipts and invoices and bank statements separately. That was just in one big folder, so that wasn't easy to go through if you don't know the system behind, because it wasn't really ordered in any order we could find. Also, the tax accounting done by the accountant wasn't so comprehensible for us. We think there were some documents missing, but we don't know where they are. And there were some few random checks that revealed some deficits. And for example, there was just a small amount of 10 cents, which was inconsistent at one point, but that's a minor thing. And there was one entry in the journal which we could not find out what was going on there. That was done by the accountant also. And there was one sponsorship fee which we saw where we are not sure if the taxes were correct. We think not. Yes, and our general remark was that the tasks of the accountant, which we pay for, and the treasurer were not really apparent to us. So we do not know. We haven't even seen all the documents because one of the last quarter of the year, the documents from the last quarter were at the accountant at the time we did the cash audit. So the cash report is just for for the other 3 quarters of 2019. Yeah, and that's it already.
Thank you very much, Key. In case people were confused, I just hid the old tab in the agenda sheet, so it's not deleted, it's just hidden, and the new amended agenda is now there on the Sunday with the adapted times. Okay, so this means we continue with the day, and I will present. So now we have various SOS proposals, and afterwards we'll have the Q&A session. I would like to ask the proposal holders to start. I think the first proposal that we're talking about is, Chris, I see you've blended in. Is it you or Pedro? You sent me the order. 1 second.
No, but I just showed up because I will be online later.
Very nice. The first proposal that we will hear from, do you remember, Pedro? Because I'm just looking for the message you sent me. Maybe you know. Not. Okay, here you go. So Julius from ESN Dresden will have the first presentation. We have
He's not here in the call yet, but he should have the link. So where is he? Lost in the internet.
If you give me 1 more second, I can start, and Pedro, you're muted.
I was talking to a wall. Yeah, exactly. So I have said that we begin with Julius, but I will say that we begin with someone else while we wait for Julius to join the conference. So
yeah.
Either Jana or me.
Patrick, whoever wants to.
Pedro,
Not
if you're
everyone
ready,
at the same
you
time.
can go.
I'm ready. You can just give me the presenter right, and I'll show you real quick.
In that case, without any further ado, I will give the floor to Pedro. Thank you for being so flexible, and he will start with the first proposal presentation.
All right. All right, so I'm going to present this in the name of the Code of Conduct team, which is basically me and Patrick from the voting board. So basically, our proposal is just a main restructuring of the Code of Conduct and to shift one of the, let's say, consequences when there's a Code of Conduct violation to a more serious point. As you can see here, we just basically took this sentence, the one of where you will have to inform the next level of to INSA International about any Code of Conduct violation. We thought that having it so early doesn't make much sense because they can only intervene in very specific cases. So we decided to put it on a more serious case. So further down below, when we go to the Verfolgung von Verstößen. It's just basically a small restructuring, but it won't change the code of conduct content-wise very much. It's just what we analyzed and we thought was the most sensible thing to do, as to avoid spamming the International Audit Board with every situation that may arise in the future. Okay, that was basically it. So if somebody wants to keep going.
Chris, would you be ready to play Julius's video? Also, a small apology from me to Julius. Of course, you sent us the video, and we have it. Thank you for reminding us.
Hello,
Sunday
welcome
morning
to my
memory.
proposal about limiting the group of persons eligible for the vote delegations for events like the NA of ESN Germany by ESN TU Dresden. And I'm Julius, by the way. So we propose to exclude everyone from a vote delegation who could potentially be prejudged during votings. So to be precise, we want to exclude members from the chairing team, from the current board, the extended board, and the audit board. Therefore, we think that a more clear separation of powers will be established in our SOS. And so on a last note, to keep my presentation short, these limitations won't really change much to as it is right now. Because for the past NAs, the CT has already forbidden those people to have a vote delegation who we want to exclude as well, but the CT did not have any legal ground on our SOS for doing that as of now. And therefore we see this proposal more not really as a change, but more as a clarifying manifestation of the current status quo. And so the sentence we want to add to the paragraph 8 of our EPP ist, das Stimmrecht darf nicht an Mitglieder der Versammlungsleitung, des Vorstandes, Beisitzer des Vorstandes oder des Verwaltungsrates delegiert werden. Yeah, that's it, and I'm now happy to answer your questions.
Cool, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Julius, for providing the video presentation. I'd like to hand over to Jana, who will be presenting the next proposal.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. I'm presenting to you the timeframe of the section consultation procedures proposal by us, the National Board. Just to give you a little bit of background, so at the online NA in June 2020, the consultation order got accepted. We developed it together in the CLR. And in November 2020, we had the first GA, so General Assembly ever. So that was also the first time when the whole procedure had to be carried out. Yeah, and from our first experience, we would like to adjust the time frame of the whole section consultation procedure slightly. These are the proposed changes. So we would, yeah, shorten the time frame at the beginning from 3 weeks to 18 days, and then for the actual online voting, that it has to be carried out in 5 days after the consultation, yeah, closed, kind of. But to explain this a little bit further, I yeah, just put a calendar here, how this would look like. In red, you have the old timing, and in green, you would have the new timing. Yeah, so I put down the fictional GA at the end, and then the first blue one is where the GA and the General Assembly docs are sent out, and they're always sent out 30 days in advance to all the national organizations. Now with the old wording, the person who carries out the consultation had to send out the documents as well as the preliminary agenda of the consultation call to the sections latest 5 days before the call. And this one, like the call has to happen 3 weeks before the GA. And as you can see now from the red timeline here, this leaves little to no time for the representative to actually go through the documents by him or herself and to actually prepare the agenda well and thoroughly. So that's why we say this should only happen a couple of days later. Yeah, furthermore, as you can see right now, the consultation call basically has to happen exactly 3 weeks before the GA, which I already said, which is usually a Thursday. And this leaves almost no room to move it to a different day, just because it can only be moved until 2 days earlier. Yeah, because otherwise we wouldn't have the GA documents and the agenda for the call, because we cannot publish it 5 days in advance of the call because we actually don't have the information yet. So yeah, that's why we propose to change the timing so that the consultation call has to happen latest 18 days before the event. So this would be here. And this is still enough time in our opinion. And furthermore, we change accordingly that the following voting about the section consultation topics will be opened already 5 days after the call, not 7 as before, because in the meantime, the representative can already prepare the voting. And as you can see, then the US sections still have almost the same amount of time for the voting, because this was the last day to open the voting before. Now it would be here, and then it's still almost a week in advance to the actual GA. Yeah, and that's actually already it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If someone would be so kind and give me presenting rights again.
You're good. You have presenting rights.
Beautiful. Thank you. Then I will talk about the 2 proposals coming from the audit board. The first one is to make editorial changes to our SOS possible, because we do have a smaller, minor mistakes. Sometimes it's a small number or just a spelling or spaces or incorrectly numbered paragraphs or stuff like that. So yeah, we sent you the proposal in advance, so you could have read all the description and rationale. Down here, you can see the actual change. We will introduce a new paragraph, which is called redaktionelle Änderungen, basically editorial changes to our SOS. And this paragraph will give the national board the right or the power to make editorial changes with consultation of the audit board. And then within 7 days, the national board has to inform the sections about the made changes. Therefore, since it's a new paragraph, we have new numbers in the following paragraphs 17 and 18, which will become 18 and 19. Yeah, if you have any questions later, we have a Q&A. Then the other proposal from us is making digital national assemblies permanently possible again. After the Corona-Abmeldungsgesetz, which is from our state, is ending in the end of 21, because for some reason it can always happen that we need to have an online NA or yeah, depending on what is going to happen, this is always possible. And because after this Corona-Abmeldungsgesetz is, if it runs out, we have no reason in our statutes to have an online NA, or our SOS doesn't allow us to do so. That's why we're introducing the following changes. Firstly, we have a new paragraph in our statutes, which is the Einberufung under paragraph 12, Einberufung der Mitgliederversammlung. We have a new sub-paragraph, more or less, which is basically saying that we can have online membership, online national assemblies, and therefore we had to do a couple of changes in our standing orders as well, because here until now we only had stuff about online voting, and now we do separate online voting in paragraph 17 and the online National Assembly in the new paragraph 18. And again, all the others coming later are going to be counted up one time. Yes, if you have any questions, I think now we'll start with the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Patrick. We're 5 minutes early, and you just caught me. I was just about to sneak off and get myself a coffee, so no chance. Let's continue. And the next thing that we have, I'm going to share my screen. Cool, should be... Oh, well, first of all, thank you everyone for proposing for taking the time to improve the network and bring conversations to the national level, and to take your time to work on these things. So much appreciation for everyone who took the time to do this. The next thing is that we will have a Q&A session on the presented proposals. So we will go over to the speakers list tool. You can write your questions in there. Please remember, do not ask the same questions as you did in the in Slack or any other meeting before that. I would like to have all of the presenters here. We have everyone here. Fantastic. Thank you for taking the time. And I will now move over to the speakers list tool. Just a moment. Should work, right? Yes, excellent. Okay, cool. So SOS proposals. We are already having questions coming in. So we have until 11:06. So we still have 20 minutes for the proposals. So without further ado, let's go. So Felix asked at Julius, did you check with the legal audits that the phrasing only refers to members of the National Audit Board? I assume this, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, so I did actually send my proposal before handing it in to the legal audit or to the whole audit board. And they told me that it is unproblematic. So I didn't especially ask if this phrasing is okay. But as far as I know, board in our SOS always refers to the national board. So I hope that this answers the question.
Yeah, because then there was a follow-up by Felix who said, sorry, that was not my question. The proposal refers to Vorstand. I just want to know if they checked with the legal audits that this phrasing is clear to refer to national board out of context. Just because the section you have local boards, lokale Vorstand, wie nationale Vorstand. But this is covered, right? Do you want to add
I
something?
would say so. If not, then Felix can ask again, then maybe we can.
Perfect. If it's still not
clarify
clear,
more.
make a reaction on this
Yeah.
question, and we'll go back to it. Another question from Felix to Jana is, was there a certain incident that made you write this proposal, or is this just general improvement you see necessary or beneficial?
Mhm. Thank you, Felix, for your question. So there wasn't any incident or anything, just while carrying out and preparing all the procedures around the section consultation, we felt that it's kind of stressful for the representative because he has to time everything, send out the emails and so on. So it just gives a little bit more space and freedom for the representative to actually carry out the procedures and also be prepared, him or herself.
Thank you, Jana. Next question is from Julia, and it is regarding the redactional changes. Firstly, what happens legally if the audit board and the members are not informed about changes? I'll ask the second part afterwards.
I'm going to answer the first question. I hope Ivo is going to ask the second one. Since the proposal says that the sections and the audit board need to be informed, if they are not, the changes cannot be implemented.
Thank you, Patrick. And the second part of the question is, what happens if the audit board and or the members are not happy with the changes? Is there a way to veto the decision? This has been referred to Ivo. Is Ivo in the call here? Yes.
Yes, he's in the call. I think I
Yeah.
saw him unmute himself for a moment.
Are you with us, Ivo?
He is unmuted.
We cannot hear you though.
He had technical issues in one of our last calls from the legal team, actually. With his mic. So this might be an
May I
issue
suggest,
again.
Ivo, that if you have technical issues, could you answer the question in the speakers list directly and we move on? And maybe go back to it if you can fix it. And we can see maybe in the meantime it can work itself out. Let's address a different question. You can answer it there, and if there is a follow-up, maybe you can fix your audio by then. Angelina Diaz Montero asks a question regarding the changes to the code of conduct. The first paragraph lists possible actions that can be taken. Why is it important to move the phrase in question?
Well, since it says that it can be taken, it still looks like a list. And we just wanted to make clear that it's not something you need to follow in this, first do the first thing, then the second, then the third, but to actually put the information of the ESN International on the very last step. So there's nothing unclear, because in the past we had a situation where ESN International was informed and in a way too early stage, and then the international auditor was very surprised and had no idea what to do with this information. So that's why we wanted to make it very clear.
You're muted, Theo.
Think.
If he was talking to us.
I don't know.
Yes, I was talking to you. Thank you.
Oh.
Very nice. I was just saying there's no more questions at the moment, and I hope Ivo is answering in the speakers list directly, unless he's figured out his audio. I guess not. No. So we're waiting for that. I'd just generally also like to give a little bit more time. If people do have questions, ask them now. I think it's quite important to discuss these things. So let's wait a couple of more minutes.
Sounds good.
Seems like currently nobody's writing, but we're still waiting for Ivo's response. Cube also already answering the first question. Francisca is asking a question. Excellent. So while we're waiting for the question, I'm going to ask a question to the panelists. What is the oldest section of ESN Germany?
Bochum, right? Yes, in Bochum.
What year was it founded?
1989.
Oh, wow, that's old. Nice.
Okay, since we seem to have technical difficulties, I'm just going to answer the second question as well.
Okay, go for it,
I
Patrick.
consulted Ivo, and now I think we should be in the clear. So the question was, just to recap, what happens if the audit board and all the national and all the members are not happy with the changes? Is there any way to veto the decision? Firstly, since the national board is going to consult the audit board and technically and we can give direct feedback to the national board if they either change too much or if they have to rework something. So that's the first step. But afterwards, if we are still not happy, or if the audit board is still not happy with the, well, not happy, but if it's still critical, the changes, then the audit board can still publish a statement which is sent out to the sections at the same time as the suggested changes by the national board, and yeah, then the sections are informed. But a direct veto is not included in this proposal. If you have, or if the sections have anything they want to change back, then the next National Assembly will be the right place to public a proposal. I hope this somewhat answers your question.
Thank you very much, Patrick. We have a new question. It's by Franziska Kamp, sorry, and it's about the proposal about online NAs. How will you make sure that an online NA won't just take place because it's the easiest way when, for example, there's no section willing to host an NA?
Thank you for the question. It's a good one. I think it's very clear already that we've noticed even in this mandate that having physical events on NAs will still be a huge priority, because it makes discussions much easier, it makes the process much easier, and it's also much more engaging, and the profits are huge. We do not have like any, let's say, written security where the NAs have to be physical. It's just about having the security where if we have situations like the pandemic as now, that we can still have online NAs if needed. It can also come to happen that we can have an extraordinary NA in a very short time frame, and this will allow us to have an online NA without having to force an extraordinary NA being physical, which is going to cause like a lot of problems. It's just for the security. It's not about forcing us to make online NAs. And in the end, it will be mostly to the will of the sections and the LB to make sure that we still have physical NAs. So just annoy your national boards in the future and make sure that the physical NA is their priority.
Just for answering.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Thank you everyone for the questions. We don't have any more questions coming in. I think there was enough time for people to think and write questions, so I propose to close the speakers list. I will wait, I guess, for the stream delay, so I will wait 30 seconds just to see if somebody starts typing to contest this. And if not, what we will do afterwards is we will not go forward with the agenda. We will keep the agenda as it is and have a very short coffee break. So we will not adapt the agenda times. We will be back again for the next session at 11:06, allowing us a very quick breather before more proposals and discussions. Nice.
Pay less.
You're back.
Thank you. Okay. Welcome, everyone. I hope you had a nice short break. Oh, that's the wrong thing to press. Good morning. Okay, so the next thing is the SOS proposal on the membership fee calculation by the national boards. Who should I give the screen to?
I'll do it. I just need a second for the presentation. So here I present you the membership, the calculation of the membership fee and the membership fee proposal. I think it's a quite, big topic, so I made a short overview that you know. First, what is the current state of ESN Germany, that you know why we need it? And yeah, what is the aim of the proposal? How can we solve the problems we now have? Then I will show you the membership fee calculation. I think most of you have seen the table and the chart, but it's good to show that again. And the future advantages of ESN Germany and the sections. So first, what is the current state of ESN Germany? We have concrete financial problems which for a longer time, but due to the pandemic, it showed up that our budget, what we have, and is not stable. That was also mentioned by Niklas during the extraordinary statement he made as ESN Freiburg and as cash auditor. These problems were already obvious during the last NAs when we talked about the budgets of the last year and the current year, that we have definitely a problem we need to solve, and not just for now, for a long time. So how came it to the 15 euro per section membership fee? In 2010, the membership fee was set to these 15 euros per section. Back then it were 11 sections and 8 board members. Back then it was also that we had not 3 physical NAs by ESN Germany, but in these days the Leitagung were used to meet before, or at EAGM when the sections of one country meet, so they were able to vote. So this was also used for votings NA. But nowadays we have 3 physical real NAs. And also the aim with the 15 euros was to pay the obligations. And with 15 euros, they were never meant to create a stable funding and long-term budget for ESN Germany. But however, as we have every year changing board, it was always seen that we just think in 1 year ahead, but we need for a good budget with so many sections, we need to look longer ahead, not just 1 year. So now we are in 2021. We have still 15 euros per section, which makes in total 600 euros. But we have 40 sections and we have 10 NB and 4 AB members. So these 10 NB and 4 AB members were usually paid for the NAs, because we don't want that the NB does voluntary work and has to pay for the NA. So we have now more members, but the membership fee doesn't rise in the same, in the same amount. And what's also this year, we won't be able to pay our obligations when we stay at the same style we have. So with it's good for us to have these online NAs because they don't cost us money, but that shouldn't be the thing that we use online NAs to save money, because we're not able to afford real NAs. Yeah. So also, what is the current state? Here you see the fiscal realization of 2019. You see that our whole income relies on spray break. It's an event that can be cancelled due to things we are not able to to change, like a pandemic, but there can be also other issues that we cannot foresee. Our other income are the partnerships, but when you look, the membership fees with 600 are at the very bottom here, and the ESN card makes another bunch of income. On the other hand, we have the outcomes. ESN Germany pays for 17 participant maximum per NA 3 times a year. That means for the NB and the audit board and the CT. In theory, that could be up to 5 audit board members. That's written in our SOS, so we should be able to fulfill this task to pay that. So our expenses are mainly the events and event visits that are mandatory for ESN Germany to represent the sections needs to work the network. I think we all agree that every section wants to be heard in the whole network. If there are some changes which affect the whole ESN Germany should be able to be there and to fight for their rights or what we think could be beneficial for ESN Germany in the whole network. Another big issue is our accounting. So our accounting costs quite a lot, what we need probably to change. So these visits we do on the international and national level, they are mandatory to keep our national level and our sections alive, to have this exchange between. So now I come to the aim of our proposal. We want to create a financial stability for ESN Germany as an umbrella organization. For example, we want to be able to thrust out for events if some sections want to do something together, but they don't want to come in the amount they pay, that they have to pay taxes. That's what ESN Germany made so far, that we did that for some sections. We also did the financing part. We want to allow the national board to fulfill their duties from ESN International without private money. It can't be that the volunteers of the national board and audit board who do voluntary work pay with their money to fulfill what's beneficial, not just for ESN Germany, but mainly for the sections. The aim should also be to have a long-term idea. So we want to offer financial support for DNAs and also network meetings between sections, between different working groups and stuff. We want to support that because that helps our network, but for that we need a good financial background. And we want to have a buffer for the whole network. If there arise new ideas we want to support, it would be great that we don't have to think first, okay, where can we find the money, but to offer a proactive, here we can try something, we have here some buffer, we plan with that ahead. So I come now to the member fee calculation, the main thing of the proposal. It is based on the numbers of higher education institutes a section is active in. Also, by that, we calculate with the numbers of Erasmus Plus outgoing students per higher education institutes. On the right, you see the table. That means the lowest amount is 50 euros per year a section has to pay if they're just at one higher education institute with less than 25 outgoings. Then there are 3 steps up to 275 euros per higher education institute when there are more than 350 outgoings. To not overcome the sections with the whole membership fee, we want to have a limit in the first year, the first 2 years on the membership fee of 75 euros this year, and next year 225 euros. This should help the sections to keep that out, like the expense in their budget, to bring it in, but also to see that we have a goal that we want to achieve, that every section knows until 2023 we are able to pay the full membership fee, and that we need to pay until that's the membership fee. With that, we want to be able that ESN Germany can plan ahead and not just for the year 2021 and then wait until 2022, but to be able to plan ahead. We want to reevaluate the numbers every 3 years to give the chance, if there are big changes in the cities, in the universities, that gets reflected. But still, that we are not that having that short time budget, but more a long time budget. So now the future advantages for the sections. With this proposal, you help to have a proper representation of ES in Germany and the section needs at the international level, as we can be there and represent you, the sections, and ES in Germany as a network. It will help us with a better coordination of the German network, because we have a better buffer, and we don't have to bother if we can even afford small things, which is now a problem that slows us and that we want to change, not just from now to tomorrow, but in the long term. Also, what could be possible? I say it could be possible, as we don't rely just on one event, we can lower the pressure on that event. If we have already a stable income, we can use that amount we need to generate, if we need to generate an amount, in either lower fees, but also we have just less financial pressure. I just want to tell you at the end, this proposal wasn't created from one day to the other. It started actually before the last NA already. There were many calls and minutes where there are information about that. We had many thoughts about the specificity of our network. We focused on that. We are a network that, a network together. We want to support each other. So this proposal helps ESA in Germany to create a solid ground for its work, and is a benefit not just for ESA in Germany, but also for the members. And as I mentioned, we are a solidarity network. If there will arise any problems for some sections in the period with the raise of the membership fee, together the network will find a solution, and we will find together a solution to keep everybody and to help everybody to make that real and create a long-term financial budget for ES in Germany. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. You're in great time. You had 2 minutes left, so that's fantastic. I also see the questions piling up on the right, but before that, we still have the presentation of the amendment. So I'm going to quickly share my screen. Oh, that was the wrong button. Excuse the mess, guys. Okay. I think we have Ruben, who is already here. I'd like to ask you to share your video. He will present the amendment of the SOS proposal to the membership fee calculation. And it's by ESN Bayreuth, Greifswald, Jena, Dresden, and TUMI München.
Okay.
So Ruben, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a technical question. Can I also share my,
Yes.
the PDF document, because it's an updated now?
You should have the rights, and you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes, by the way.
Yeah. I'm not sure
No,
how.
I will only start counting once you start. Do not worry.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering how I can share.
Should be able to do it next to the webcam button on the bottom right. So you have the Stummschalten, Audio beenden, Webcam Freigabe beenden, and then on the right.
Yeah, okay.
Or you have to maybe click on the plus. No, that's mine. So do you see it?
Yeah, just wait a second. Yeah, I have it. Okay, I hope you can see this PDF document.
It's loading. Yes, we can see it. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, nice. So, thank you also for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. I mean, it's a rushed amendment, but we thought that it would be beneficial for the whole process of getting through this whole rise of the membership fee. As presented right now by Chris, you see there is a need in the German network that the national level of ESN is getting more financial contribution by the sections. We totally understand that, but also we want to still highlight that the membership fee itself is also stated in our rationale. The membership fee is this most central, the core duty that we sections have towards the national level. So if there's some changes to the membership fee, of course, we decide this here on national assemblies, but that definitely changes the way that our relation is towards the national level, because if it's more money, well, that changes our duties in a very essential way, because this is about the money of local sections and what they need to pay in order to be part of the network. And also because we talk here about a big increase, particularly like even for Greifswald, we're a relatively small section working with only one higher education institution. We would have an increase of 1,000%. So within like 10 times the amount compared to now. So we believe that it is really crucial in this whole process that the sections are on board with it, that the sections support it, and that the sections are consulted regularly. In the proposal, as it was presented to you, there was not really a mechanism that the national level has to actively ask the section and consult them every year about a rise, because we have this model with 2021, it's a third, 2022, it's 2/3, 2023, it is the full amount. We believe it would be beneficial if we, the members, can take a vote at the beginning of every year, so it would be the winter NA 2022, we can actively decide again, okay, we had the 1/3, this will be decided today if it's possible. And then in 2022, we decide, okay, should we go for the 2/3 level? And in 2023, we decide, should we go to the complete level, like to do the full amount as proposed by this new calculation model. And the thing is, so you see it here, like we sent out, or the CT sent out a version of the amendment yesterday, which was actually changed because there was some consultation, especially the audit board brought some new ideas how to reformulate it. And if you can see it here, it's easy in the formulation. You see that you just 2 steps, 1/3 now, then 2/3 will be the next step, and then the full membership fee. But what we want to change is that it is not defined. So when we meet up in 1 year, the sections in 2022 have a much better understanding about their needs. They have a much better understanding about the financial situation. Also, the national level has a much better understanding of their needs. How many travel will be possible? How many physical NAs can happen? We don't know. We hope there will be possible in the future, but we don't know right now if that will be the case. So that is why we believe we all can take a better decision on raising the membership fee from the 1/3 to the 2/3 level next year. Not now, but next year in 2022, we have a much better understanding. Same for 2023, or whenever we want to go up with the membership fee to the full amount as proposed, we should take the decision then when we know better about our financial situation, the national level knows better about their financial situation. And in this way, we ensure that the sections are the one that are kind of in charge of the whole process, because we believe this is our core duty. This is our responsibility. We are the ones that pay the money in the end. So we, the sections, should have an active right to vote and to shape this process. And this is why we brought in this proposal, and we would ask you to support it, because also we believe that when this amendment is supported and included, we believe it's also easier for the sections to agree to this proposal, and therefore the whole process of raising the membership fee will be started. And this is what also especially benefits the national level, to have a bigger security. But still, we want to have this, we want to propose this amendment so that also the sections are on board and can take an active vote, and they know better what they vote on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruben. That was 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Wonderful. Make my job easy. Thank you for taking the time for writing the proposal. We will continue. Good. So thank you to these sections and to Ruben for giving us more food for thought. Now, what happens next is we will have the Q&A on the membership fee proposal as well as the amendments. I'm going to go over to the speakers list now. Before I read out member questions, Luis picked out 2 unanswered questions, or who were still unanswered from Slack, which he would like to answer. You can see them here. He's connecting them as well. Maybe, Luis, you want to quickly introduce the question and your answer, because you have a nice logic regarding that.
Okay, yeah. So one section asked if there will be in consideration that a couple of sections might have to share the money from the idea with another organization. And second section asked was not really a question, more a comment to consider that some sections might have problems to pay because they are not a registered association and such. And so yeah, basically the entire answer for all of this is that membership fee, like the calculation itself, is will not have in consideration if the lie is shared or not. Like if there are more lies in the same university sharing the grant, because again, the fee is not a cut of the DRD grant. The DRD grant and the lie info is just a better metric to compare and measure the sections in the German network. And the part of why we use this metric and how we consider this metric to be the best option we have has been already explained extensively in Slack so far. But if they're still not clear, please follow up with questions. Then in general, if any of the sections has problem to pay the membership fee, or if they have any other sort of problems and need help, thing is exactly why we have a network. They should always contact the NB or the treasurer, or we also have the BFC community. We have other experienced people, because the point of the network is to be here to help each other, and the network is here to help each one of the sections grow and to help the sections solve their problems. So if any section has always a problem, and many sections already know, at least so far with me as a treasurer, that if they cannot pay their invoices in the period that they should pay the invoice, they can always contact me and we can always get to a solution. Some sections even ask sometimes because these are debt to pay 2 or 3 months later, which is fine as long as sections contact us, which is the only thing that we need to know. And again, we are always here to help. We, both the NB and the other sections, are always here to help too.
Cool, thank you, Luis. We have a procedural coming in from Angelina. I'd just like to point out to you guys that the question round is not only for the proposal, but also the amendment. So if you have questions specifically on the amendment, please ask. And I will ask Ruben to answer those questions if they come in. For now, it doesn't look like it is. I will go on with Michelle's question, because Angelina's procedural is not finished yet, but once it's finished, we will address that first. Michelle asks, have you considered, no, sorry, okay, good. Is this a procedural?
Yes, the procedural is there.
Yes, it is. On the right, there's procedure.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering if it is one. At Ruben, was the updated version of the amendment shared yesterday? I was not able to see the whole, so I'm not sure what the amendment is we are supposed to be voting on. The amended version was sent this morning to me, and I am not sure if you guys have received that yet. was sent about 1 hour ago. I can forward it, but I think the one that Ruben just shared now was the amended one. Ruben, do you have a comment regarding that? Or is this
Yeah,
something-
like as suggested by the audit board, I sent the version like 1 hour ago, yeah, to you and like the audit board and the national board. But it's true, like that the sections didn't see it. I mean, we can send it around. It's just like it didn't really change anything. It's just the wording is easier, the structure is easier, but it's the same idea, the same rationale behind it. It didn't really change the whole content.
Just procedural, it needs to be sent out though to the sections as well.
Just done that right now.
Okay,
But
thank
to the
you.
participants, does it need to be sent out to all the sections or the participants?
Both.
Okay.
Possible.
Sections.
Okay, well then I will do this while we address the next question, which is from Michel, and he's asking, have you considered to ask the alumni for a substantial support? After all, the reason behind the Alumni Association is to fund the active ESNers, paragraph 2 of the Alumni Association statutes.
Mm-hmm. I can take this question. Yes, indeed, it's obviously a conversation that we have, and I also, Marie has been super nice to us. She has offered us the help from the alumni, and I also answered it to her in our Vereins Organe channel. That the whole fundamental of this proposal is not to find a quick fix for the pandemic. The whole fundamental of this proposal is to find a long-term financial solution to have more security and stability in ESN Germany, so that, as Chris already mentioned in the presentation, to achieve all the aims and goals of the proposal. So yes, it is possible to ask for the alumni for substantial support, but I'm not sure about the finances here, but I'm pretty sure it has to be made over an Antrag and has some very fixed costs, which so far we will need to plan it out, and maybe we will have some projects where we will be able to ask the alumni for money. But right now we need a long-term solution, and I already talked about this in the Vereins Organe channel, that the vision for us, for ESN Germany, is to not be dependent from the ESN alumni, but to have both organizations work more in harmony with each other to fund also the activities and the projects from the sections and from the ESNers. So that's the whole point. Like if a section ever has some financial struggles, they could also ask the alumni and ESN Germany for help. The idea is for us both to work together for the sections and not necessarily have the national board always depend on the alumni. I don't know if I made myself clear. All right.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Pedro. FYI, I just sent out in a one-liner the amendment to the section, so this is also procedurally properly done. The next question is by Katarina. She asks, how do you plan to handle sections that belong only to a faculty and not the whole university? For example, ESN Ingolstadt, where the Faculty of Business Administration is in Ingolstadt, all the rest is in Eichstätt, where there is an own team for incoming students.
Sincerely, we did not have that in consideration, simply because we were not aware that Ingolstadt was just for one faculty and not for the entire university. And right now, at least I myself cannot give a proper answer to that, because that's something that we will then to rethink again. And well, in general, anything in this proposal or in our statutes can be updated and improved by the sections at any point. So that's something that will have to probably be improved in the future. And for now, I will just kindly ask if you will just allow this proposal to pass and solve, if that is a problem, to solve it in the future until the next NEA. Chris?
May I also add, here in Freiburg, we are also at the Pädagogische Hochschule, where we share our LAI money, for example. So therefore, it's not that we calculate with all the people here, at least what we thought here. But we know that we will have less money, but we still agree that we will count with all the people and not just with one faculty, because all people can join our events. And I think ESN is inclusive for all people.
Thank you both for your replies. We have a question from Angelina. She has here the question. During the call on Thursday, the Treasurer pointed out that, I quote, despite being aware of the financial situation of Eastern Germany, no section donated money. My question is, have the MB members who developed this proposal contacted their local board sections for donations prior to introducing the proposal? If so, what was their reaction? If not, why not?
Maybe one thing I had with no section donated money. For example, the NB meeting last year was financed by donations of the sections the NB members were in. So my section paid, for example, my travel cost. I know that Bochum paid an amount for it, and we asked the alumni. So we asked our sections, we asked sections for money, but we didn't want to go to all, I think, because we already had the costs covered. Yeah.
And yeah, like the full answer to that is that's exactly the problem right now. Is that as the national level has no money, then that requires that in like a case like the NB meeting, that the NB members need to ask their own sections if they will support or not, and that causes a problem that's create that only ESCNers from rich sections are allowed to apply for the national board, because then they the others from the small sections know that their sections cannot support them in the national board. And in the other way is that will sort of be punishing the sections that have members in the national board, because why should they have to support the national board more than the other sections that don't have members in the national board? When the national board does the same work for all the sections, it's not like the national board will be supporting just the sections where they are from. And that's the problem that needs to be, one of the problems that needs to be resolved. And so when I say that the sections did not donate, I mean that there was no section that just donated money to ESN Germany per se without the members asking directly for a specific event.
Also, donations in that amount towards the sections can't be our stable income, because if we would ask every year for amount of donations to you, that is somehow like a membership fee, and we want a stable income and not just for single events to ask every time for a donation.
Thank you to all of you. Since we still have a lot of questions and time is running, can I ask you to try and respond within a minute if possible? That would be great. We have a procedural by Felix. Considering the amended proposal has just been sent to the section and voting is due before the break, can there be a break before the voting, or the voting move behind the scheduled break? I would consider a lack of consideration time otherwise. The agenda change would need to be voted on, I assume. Yes. Have to be the case. Any opinions?
If I can say my opinion, I understand the concern. However, as far as I understood, maybe Patrick can correct me here because he was all night yesterday involved in the discussions with the new amendment. As far as I understood, the whole content of the proposal was not changed. So like it's basically the same fundamental principle. It's just the wording that was changed to make it more understandable and more legally correct, right? So Patrick is here.
Yeah, it basically changed the syntax of the whole amendment to get it in line with like the wording of our SOS.
Exactly, yeah. So nothing was changed about the sense behind the amendment, but only the wording and the structure. So it's the same amendment, just other wording.
But the thing is, you will have to propose it. You will have to propose the change you want, something like that. It's just our opinion. We're just saying we don't see really much of it because we still have a lot of time to go over the questions. But if you really feel you really need the time, then propose it. It's in your right, and first it's the assembly. This is the moment to do it. There's another procedural.
Was the amendment sent to all sections yesterday? It should have been.
Should have been, yeah. I don't know. It was also
Yes.
posted in the Slack channel.
On Saturday, the 13th of February, 17:08, 18 hours ago, we sent you the proposal via email, and we dropped it also on Slack, inviting you to discuss it there.
Oh, it was sent to the participants.
To the participants.
So
Okay.
it was not sent to the section.
They have the fully corrected final version though now.
But
So no, sorry, it was not sent to the sections yesterday. It was sent to the participants yesterday, and the fully corrected version was sent to the sections with the amendment like 20 minutes ago.
I would propose that we continue with the speakers list, and if you really want to put that change for having a little break before the voting of the amendment, then propose it, because we will need like basically a strong will so that we can proceed with that.
Okay. So I think
okay?
Is it pretty clear for everyone? You can propose this. If you do so, we will then vote about it, and if not, we will continue as it is. If there's any more technical questions regarding what happened, feel free to ask. We will continue with Laura Minstedt from ES and Jena regarding active at HEIs, so higher education institutions. Are you checking every year at how many universities a section is active? If so, are you going to do it? And is there also something like a reference year? As right now, it is only the number of outgoing students.
The reference year in the proposal was set to 2019. And as I mentioned, it will be reevaluated every 3 years. So next would be 2022 and so on, where we reevaluate the current status of the network.
But for the activity, like where the sections are active in a specific year, that's for the year of where the membership fee is to be paid. And that's covered in the number 5, letter A. That's the NB asks the sections for the relevant information. There is when they ask which universities, highs, faculties the section is active at, but then the numbers of Erasmus outgoings are the ones from 2019. There's not a reference here, because one thing is that we know for sure the sections are not getting active at the new universities as a frequent basis. It's something rare that happens once, twice, maybe in the life of the sections.
And maybe to elaborate on that, how we are going to get that information from the sections. As by our section requirements, each section is auskunftspflichtig to ESN Germany twice a year. So that data would be evaluated or gathered, for example, with the section calls.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Felix has a procedural. He's asking if we want the proposal to be sent via email. For me, it's okay to put it in here, but I don't know legally, does it need to be sent via email? Can it be on the speakers list?
I think as long as it's written somewhere, it has to just be written so it counts the speakers list. But I guess that's just, I would just really want to read. We want to have a break of 15 minutes before that. That's what I want to read. And if I think it's just a break, I will hope that we can do that without a vote, because a line survey will take out too much time of the agenda. We also were talking right now internally to have the vote open for a longer time period and basically use the international updates as a way to cover time, so that we can also not take the whole day of Valentine's Day with the DNA. So a procedural written in the speakers list is okay, and yeah, I don't know, Patrick and the AB, if you guys can confirm, but I hope if it's just a break, I hope we can just accept that without the need of a line survey vote, because it would we're just basically extending the time frame, but not adding new topics or anything, right?
Yeah, it should be okay.
Okay. So please write a procedural. We want, please tell us the time and be reasonable. Don't go like 2 hours. Please say something more like 50 minutes, 20 minutes to have a call with your section or something, and so that we don't stay the whole day here. Okay, let's proceed with the questions. We have a lot of time, so let's go.
Cool, thank you. We will go to the next one. Not a question, just a small comment. In 2019, not 17 star NA participation fees were paid, as at that time the AB only got supported for 3 members.
Dazu kann ich sagen, sorry. Yeah, I mentioned that in theory we can have up to 5 AB members and 10 NB members and the 2 CT. And I wanted to show that in future we have to calculate with these numbers what are possible, not with the current numbers, because that wouldn't allow us any long-term idea or any long-term plan. It would be just from one year to the other.
And maybe to add that by an SOS proposal change from the last NA, also regional coordinators have sort of a claim on reimbursements.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Those were also very efficient, fast answers. Please keep it like this. We have a question from Jona coming in. Chris has a question for Ruben. It's moving around like crazy. How do you want to make sure that the sections look for ways to finance a possibly higher fee and don't just vote against another rise to the next step?
I guess this was actually already answered somehow by Lucas. Like, yeah, just as you said, if we as a if sections believe, or if you believe that sections will vote against it at some time, they would vote against it now. What we offer is a path that makes people more secure to say, like, okay, now we take the step, and this is 1/3. That's the first race, and it also already helps and contributes to the national level. And then we know, okay, there is kind of like a safety system we can get out of the next vote. But I guess now sections are more convinced to go with it. So I would stick with what Lucas said. And yes, of course, Christian, that could be a tactic. But I think it's more about having trust and confidence that people say, like, okay, now we're going to take this step. Now we're going to support this. And I'm sure, and the sections that will support it will also know in the future we will find out how to tackle all these issues and can go with that. But it makes sections more confident that this whole process works out for them.
Can I answer on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
But wouldn't it be also for a section a good planning if they know, okay, these are the steps for the next 3 years? Because on the one hand, it would help ESN Germany and the network to have a 3-year, at least a 3-year plan to plan ahead, but also the sections they would need, they would know that they need to maybe think about financing and work together to make that happen. I think it helps them also to look a little bit more ahead than just until the next vote. So I think that could help also the sections to plan a little bit more ahead, but also it would help a lot in Germany to plan more ahead.
Okay, can I answer on that? Like, if this is like a reaction, I guess so. I understand your point, and yet, of course, like what you're proposing today is a kind of like a timetable to say, okay, 2021 is this, 22 this, 23 this. The sections know that from today on, but they also know they have the safety mechanism to get out if they have a problem. And the thing is, what I also said beforehand, we as sections don't know the situation in the end of this year. We don't know the situation in 2023. We cannot estimate how physical events are possible again, how our partnerships, how our income is changing until then. And that's why it's easier to say like, okay, we have this kind of timetable, but we can change it if possible.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut this because we have 5 minutes official time left. Of course, we've lost some time discussing things, but try to be very concise in your answers.
When I would react to that, I would maybe spare us one of my questions because it's going really in line with the discussion right now. If that would be okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, as you pointed out, Ruben, but don't these sections already have all the rights and the powers to change the membership proposal in the future? And I mean, updates on the regular budget are always done during all the NAs. And I think like the actual engagement of sections with the whole topic would be much higher if they actually have to engage and can't rely on like a presentation that's coming up each year and that might be nodded through because it just becomes a thing that happens and is regular.
Actually, that is what we are planning with this whole thing, is to have the duty that we as a National Assembly, we have to take a vote. We have to discuss it. If you say it's important that we discuss it, then it will be on the agenda anyway, because with your proposal as it's in the current state, theoretically the NA could, or the NB could just say like, okay, you know, the next membership fee will be a raise again, and yeah, that's it, and this is the budget. But if you say that, okay, but we need your support for that.
But each and every section can address the National Assembly and also like ask the National Board to discuss it in working groups and committees and communities all the time.
Yeah, but Jona, but that is the same as we're just having an automatic mechanism that this will be implemented for sure, and it won't be overgone. That's just what we are asking for.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, maybe we have like a different view on like the duties and engagement of sections with the network. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, both of you. We're going to have to be efficient, so keep your answers at 45 seconds if you can. Otherwise, we're going to spend the whole afternoon discussing this. Okay, it's an important discussion, so I'm also not proposing to close the speakers list yet, but let's work together and be as efficient as possible. Jona, can you also indicate to us which one of your questions is now out? That would be great. Maybe you can text us here and let Bozo know. Is this a new procedural by Felix? Okay, am I correct in my understanding that we are just voting on the amended proposal, not the original one? So what's happening, or what's going to happen, is that we are going to vote if you want to accept the amended proposal, which will then amend the proposal. So you first say, yes, I like this amendment. This is what I want in my vote for the proposal, or not. So if it doesn't get accepted, you will later on just vote on the normal proposal. If it gets accepted, you will vote on the proposal plus the amendment, so the amended proposal. I am correct, right? Thank you. People are nicking. I hope that's also clear to you. If not, ask again. Yes. Okay, good. Pedro's making a face, but yeah, passed. Okay, good. All right. Yes, Pedro? No. Okay, good. Chris, you have a question for Ruben. How can the treasurer plan and create a budget if this budget has to be approved prior to the calendar, autumn National Assembly, when the sections vote on the new rise of the membership fee during the winter NA, which is already in this new calendar year?
I guess we could somehow combine it with the question from Jona, because they're very similar. If that's okay for you, Jona. Okay. Because for everything that we know about budgets, and I'm also quoting Louis a little bit, budgets are planned. Budgets can never know for real what is happening in a year. So we believe, yes, this is a little bit of an issue for treasurer in the future to say like, okay, it could be that amount of membership fee, it could also be that, it could change, but yet the treasurer never knows how many meetings will happen, how many sponsors or partners will be fined. A budget is always just trying to make a plan. So we believe that it would be okay. And if this is an issue, of course, like you might have different numbers and different versions. We also have different versions now on the budgets during this year, but this is a natural thing that will happen always with budgets.
To that, like for the events we attend, we clearly know how many these are per year. They're the GAs, EGM and stuff in the regular year. They don't just show up. So we know that. And also with the amount, the membership fee is increased per year. There is a certain, it's a certain level that we need to think about, okay, to which events can we go? And therefore, not just going to events changes, but also can we finance NAs? Can we support anything? So with that, basically one budget would be, okay, I just copy the one from last year and nothing changed in ESN Germany, or I create one that would change anything or that would change something. So therefore, yeah.
If I might add to this, I feel like this question was answered in Slack as well. This seems to be almost the exact same question.
Thank you for pointing that out, Lucas. Then we will move on. If you guys notice this, do please let me know, and then we can also win some time. Okay, so we have the next question from Jona.
That was covered.
That was covered. Amazing. Then we have from Michelle. You raised the membership fee to cover especially the travel costs, just as committee and international meetings. Do you know when the meetings will start again after Corona and whether the meeting structure will remain the same?
Maybe I can take this question a little bit.
You. Yep.
So, well, basically, or Jana wants to take it also. Maybe she wants to put her expertise. You take it, and if I see something I can add, I'll just...
Yeah, I will actually talk about this in the ESN International updates slightly. But yeah, so for now, for the upcoming year, the events will mostly take place in Brussels, if they will take place. So it will be planned that for example, the educate meetings, community meetings, and so on will take place in Brussels itself. And let me check. It's, I think, 4 months in advance to the event, it will be announced how the event will take place. So if it's a physical event or an online event, so we know with more certainty if the event will, if we have costs for the event or not. And then only the regional platforms, EGM and the GA for the next year, as in 2022, they will be planned for now as physical events.
Also, one thing, maybe I know you already, but that we should plan ahead. It would be beneficial for the whole network that we plan with, we go to that event instead of, okay, we plan, we don't go, and then it appears and we can't go because we can't finance it and we can't show you interest in international events because we just don't have the option. So it would be partially better that we plan with the event and it gets cancelled and we have that money maybe for other things later than that we don't plan with the event and it happens and we don't know how we should represent you in any way.
And also to add to that is that if you did have the time to check the budget, I shared already. They are in the folder with all the documents or events to this proposal. That for this year, like Jana mentioned, there will be already some events by the end of the year, but they are not in the budget because there is no way of affording them. So the events will happen probably, maybe, but if they do, the NB will have to find other ways of going to the events or paying by themselves to represent ESN Germany at that events. And even for next year, even with the proposal approved, the NB still cannot go to most of the events that probably will happen. So it's not like we are really counting in all the events happening. Even if they do, that we accept some of them to happen, we still cannot afford them at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, try to keep your answers quick because we're over time already. This is to everyone. I would like to propose to close the speakers list after there's still somebody writing a question after Felix. I will give you also because there's a delay, so I'll give you like a minute to write reject FIO or something like that, whatever you want. Can be something basic, I don't mind. So I know that you disagree with my proposal to close the speakers list. And I will continue now. Also, a quick comment from myself. I can support what they said. As the community manager, I am planning to organize in summer the physical meeting, but we don't know if it's going to happen. But the plans are to try and hold it physically. Inside scoop. We have a question from Huang Le, who says, in the proposal, it is elaborated that the complexity with the German network has been increased. There it is described that the membership fee has been defined at NP Dresden 2010. First question is, do you have access to the minutes of that NP? Guess that's yes or no question. Somebody? Yes.
Yes, the minutes themselves are really sparse on information, but yes, that's where I got the information I have from.
Okay, thank you. And question number 2 is, how do you come to following figures in 2010, 11 sections and 8 NB members?
With that, I want to say that I got updated information from Milan that we had back then already 20 around, but still we are now at double of 20. Like at 40. I want to apologize for that mistake in the presentation. That wasn't meant to confuse you. I just didn't have any proper, better numbers, and that was what I was told before.
Okay, so official record 11 is not correct. It's somewhere around 20, which is double of, well, half of what we have now. Okay. The one continues. Eastern Germany counted way more sections already. Okay, he's saying the same thing. Okay. Could you please explain where the increased complexity between 2010 and 2021 comes from, which justifies the proportion of the increase in the membership fee compared to the growth of ESN Germany?
I may have something. It's not just that ESN Germany grew, but also ESN International. Many new platforms and events occurred where we have to be present. So it's not just ESN Germany. And on the other hand, with the national assemblies that we hold them ourselves, has also increased. As I got the information from the alumni earlier, it was that prior the LAI meeting, they choose one day to have their short NA before that and during the AGM. So events that already happen and they just took their advantage from that. Therefore, I would say the increase, the proportion of the increase is justified. Also that we want to have a stable, like a future stable plan that's with a spray break or without.
And also to complete that, which pointing at the document that ESN Freiburg read yesterday with the problems of the ESN German network at the moment. That even in 2010, 2011, when the membership fee of 15 euros was approved, the thing is that the membership was not planned for the needs of the network. It was just, as far as I can understand, of the minutes that exist. That membership fee was calculated just as the amount of money that the NB needed in the bank account the weeks before. There was no plan in the calculations to see if it covered everything, if it covered all the work. or if it will somehow help the network to grow better.
Thank you, everyone. There is enough time that passed now with the delay. Nobody has rejected my proposal, so the speakers list will be closed after Felix's question. So can I ask Bozo to, whenever that is posted, to close it, and we will continue. Also, no, because there's only one more question. But in future, please make sure to ask maximum 2 questions in your line. You can do multiple questions, but multiple posts. But for example, this was very, very long, and try to be concise and ask 1 or 2 questions at a time maximum. We have a procedural by Angelina, who's asking, has the audit board any concerns that the votes can be contested due to procedural mistakes? Audit board, you've been summoned.
Patrick?
May I conjure your opinion?
Give me a second. First answer other questions first.
So I'll let Patrick check. In the meantime, we will go to the next question. We will jump back to that. Felix is asking what type of majority will be necessary to implement the increase. This question is regarding to the amendment. Lucas answered, a change of the SOS does require simple majority as far as I know. Is that correct?
So
Okay.
it's a change of our standing orders. So it requires simple majority. I hope you know what's simple majority, or do I need to explain it? Should I just do it to be safe?
That was covered in the hot.
It was explained the how to vote. So
Okay, good. So we're covered. Thank you very much. Patrick, are you ready, or should we go for another question? I'll continue for now.
Yeah, sorry. My mic didn't unmute itself. Has the audit board any concerns that the vote can be contested due to procedural mistakes? To be honest, no, I don't, because we discussed quite a lot with both members of the previous audit board, this audit board, other people, and the national board. So I'm kind of convinced that there's not going to be anything to be worried about.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Next is a question from Felix. I think that's all in. Great. So can we please close this list? Also, if you could do that, I would be very happy, grateful. Felix asks, regarding the amendment, if the increase next year is not agreed upon, will the membership fee stay at 75 euros? Meaning that the fee can stay at that level for a possible infinite amount of time if the sections choose to keep it that way. And then we have some answers already. Lucas says, as far as he knows, it's correct. And Ruben says, yes, this is correct. However, it is most likely that if every vote on an increase fails, a different model will be proposed by the MBO or AB, or the sections on which the sections can then have a vote. Does anything need to be added here, or is this covered? Okay, good. Michelle asks says to quote the alumni SOS paragraph 2. Finanzen von Essen Alumni Deutschland e.V. 2. Der Verein ist bestrebt, mindestens 50% seiner Einnahmen gemäß Satzungszweck zur direkten Unterstützung von Essen Deutschland auszugeben. The alumni have around 100 members and rising. We can supply 50% of our income a year to Essen Germany. The question is, do you want to ask the alumni, which does not put you in any dependence towards the alumni? You can, of course, find other incomes or ask questions or ask sections.
With that, I would say the alumni greatly help the people who go to AGM or to other events from the sections with support. And I don't know if it would help if we would get if ESN Germany asks for this support, if the alumni then can't support the local sections. I don't see that that is a stable model, and that would probably harm weaker sections as they can't ask for the alumni to support them. If just as far as I can read there, these 50% or even more is asked by ESN Germany to pay their duties we have to represent or to run as a association.
And I basically have a follow-up question to the alumni. because then can the alumni simply donate a flat amount of money to ESN Germany immediately in August, because that's when the budget needs to be drafted for the next year. That they donate an amount for, like, it's basically as an income for ESN Germany that the ESN Germany can manage as they need. Because otherwise, if we are dependent on asking the alumni event by event and person by person how much the alumni can or cannot help with, we cannot do that when we are drafting the budget in August. That is the problem, and that's why we need certainty. Certain, you got the word.
Certainty.
Okay, thank you. We have a statement, or more of a statement, from Victor. He says, this thing with DRRD is not working. Sections just for a faculty responsible. Sections have to share the DRRD fee with other groups like AEG. XP, big calculation, 530, all big trips cancelled. From this year, the second, third HEI get just 500 euros. Okay, I'm reading a lot of calculations here. So what the reason that is in Germany was possible to handle a situation in past years, sponsors, marketing, Aufladen, the events. So how is the situation now? No sponsors, not strong enough, no ideas, no plan, kill the sections, a high membership fees, okay, but not in this dimension.
I think I covered that in the presentation with the chart where I showed that we rely with 90 or 80% on pre-break, and pre-break didn't happen last year, and we don't know how it will be this year. So no income in that part.
Okay.
Yeah, basically all that comment has been already covered with answers both in Slack and during this presentation.
Can I ask also everyone for the future to, if you write these statements, to try and be as concise as possible and not put up lots of calculations, because that will be very difficult for me to read out. Not because I cannot read, but because it's just very complicated. Try to be compact and make a clear statement. But thank you very much for your addition. Victoria has a question for Ruben. How are we as a section supposed to plan our budget if we only know maximum 2 months prior how high the new fee is, which we have to pay in March? Lucas reacted, as we really hope that all votes pass, we would suggest that the question plan with a higher fee, and if their plan works out, they can safely vote yes on the change. This is hopefully a self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know if Ruben has a comment regarding this, or if he's covered.
No comment. Maybe additionally, I mean, we have the same situation right now. We're also changing the budget or the membership fee, and we also have to adapt to that. So I guess we can overcome that. But what Lucas said, that's the plan.
Okay, thank you. Then we have the final question from Felix, who says, don't you think that would have been better to wait to the change of the membership fee until we have a physical NA again? The discussions are a lot more fruitful, in my opinion. You could have made a short-term adjustment for the online NA because of the pandemic and waited with the big change until the next physical NA. And then Lucas commented, the sentiment is helped by the proposed amendment. I don't know if there is any comment from the people who are
I will make a comment that was indeed when I reapplied for a second mandate. That was indeed my entire plan to have this discussion during 1 year with physical NEAs, having workshops and small sections, get opinion of the sections, get maybe possible different solutions, and to already it will be maybe in the last autumn NEA that we will have approved a final proposal with everything agreement of the majority. We can never get something to agree to everyone, but we cannot postpone this anymore. Like even now, winter still no physical NEA. Summer, it's maybe at best 30% chance of having a physical NEA at the moment, and we don't know if there will be the chance at all of having any physical NEA at all this year or even the next.
And maybe to add that, as we already mentioned, the discussions were accessible and open already at least like for half a year now. And I think to drag this thing on with a new elected national board and probably like a big change in local board structures as well, over the next 4 months that like all the input and experience we gathered in that matter wouldn't be applicable anymore.
Okay, thank you everyone. This means that we are finished with the Q&A round. I can confirm that via email, Jessen Bonn just contacted me, so Felix contacted me and he said that he proposes to add a break of 15 minutes before voting on the SOS proposals. So we officially have this as a procedural request. I'd like to quickly consult with the team what we do next. Do we continue with international updates? Or do we take the break now and then vote on the amendment?
I mean, for me, either way is fine.
Wait, what?
Because I'm holding the next presentation, but yeah, for me, either way is fine.
So we have a proposal here. Could you maybe specify what you mean, Patrick, with the open vote?
Yes, Patrick, come in the conference. I think it's easier.
My train of thought is the following. Since we would have to change the agenda again, I'm suggesting that we just sending out the voting box 6, voting of the amendment, then, but we're not closing it directly. We first have the international updates, then we'll have the 15 minutes break proposed by ESN Bonn, and then we will close the voting block 6. So you will have more than enough time to discuss everything, and later we'll have voting block 7 and 8 with the proposal itself and the MP elections.
That sounds good for me.
Fine
Let's
with
go
me
for that.
too.
So you open the vote now? Just speak. Yes, okay.
So in random, Felix has just given a quick shout out to my incredibly charming Swiss accent of German.
I knew you were a good choice for.
Aber ihr wisst schon, dass mein Versuch ist, keinen Akzent zu haben, weil wenn ich mit dem Schweizer Akzent rede, dann tönt das so, hä? But thank you, Felix. I am humbled.
Okay, Pio, the emails have been sent.
Yes, so since we have planned 10 minutes for the voting of the amendment, as of right now, let's first make sure that every section got the email, because then we can make sure that then they have everything to be able to vote. And then we'll go to the international updates.
Okay. So please check your emails. Did you receive the email?
If you ask this in the speakers list tool, there's not much use to it. To be honest. We don't really delegate in the speakers list tool.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Yes, we are missing a few people in the speakers list tool. That is correct. Well, then scratch that. I will just wait and see. How do we check if everyone has received it? Maybe just let us know in the next 2 minutes if you haven't received it. You can write in random, for example. Just a very quick question as a comment that you haven't received it, and or on Slack to any one of us, and we'll know. for now it seems okay.
No, we got contacted over Slack. But we're on it.
So what can we do to kill time?
What about more dad jokes?
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Result of this.
Like Thomas raised the point that we might have to point out again that the voting on the amendment is extended over the whole break we are going to have. So you will have much more time to discuss this thing, and it doesn't make a difference if you vote now or in 20 minutes.
Thank you for that clarification. So my buddy keeps asking me to blow cool air on him when he gets hot, and I don't like it. I am not a fan.
Badum.
I asked my grandpa, how are you enjoying the new stair lift? And the grandpa answers, I hate it. It's driving me up the wall.
You're muted, Pedro.
No, my moment for the dad joke. No. I just want to say I don't like jokes about stairs because they're always up to something.
Nice. Nice.
How do you get in your basement then?
How do you come back from your basement? Or just don't come back from the basement.
I once met an astronaut who was... Oh no, I actually told you guys this one already. I started a band called Blanket. It's a cover band. They're building a mirror factory in my town. I could see myself working there.
How many Mexicans do you need to change a light bulb? Only one.
I'm still waiting for the Carlos joke.
Carlos joke?
How do you call a Latin American in German without a car?
Ah, Carlos. Yeah.
Carlos.
Oh. That's cute. So, do we have any open cases, or can we continue? Continue. Okay, we can continue. So, I can save you guys from from more of this. And the next presentation will be the sorry, not the voting block of the thing, but the international updates by Jana. Please, the stage is yours.
If I could have the presenter rights, please. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Yes, so I am presenting now to you the updates from the network from kind of November to February. And yeah, it's working. So first of all, something about EGM. As promised in my national board updates already, I was trying to get more information, and actually we had a call together with the IB and OC of the EGM on the 7th of February, and everyone who participated, like the results of the call is kind of that everyone who participated in the EGM or AGM at first will be now eligible for a refund, but the refund can only be given out to the person or to the bank account actually who paid the participation fee, because that's the only correct option from a legal standpoint. Then the OC and the IB informed us that the technical aspect is actually the most challenging part at the moment, as each individual will receive a refund, and especially for bank transfers, the OC will need additional information, as they do not have access to the bank details from the payers. So they mainly can only see the reference number of the payment and the country of origin, sometimes the name of the payer, but even this is often hidden. And like the really important information you need, like the IBAN, are not visible for them. So yeah, it's quite struggling, quite a struggle for them to actually do the payments. Within the possibilities, it's most likely that the voucher platform will be used again, but obviously with some different features where the former participants of AGM or EGM can, for example, give their data about the bank accounts. And then generally, the OC already gave us a heads up that this will most likely be a very long process, as most of the bank transfers have to be done manually. Then, a really nice and important topic, which actually only reached us, I think it was on Friday or Thursday, is about the restructuring of the International Board. This topic was actually first discussed at the Autumn General Assembly when the IB, sorry, I can't speak today, when the IB brought to attention the challenges that the board is facing when it comes to the current board structure, and also they've simply found some inconsistencies in certain work areas. And at the General Assembly, we had already a very interesting discussion among the representatives, and several ideas were put on the table, into which the IB looked further in the past month, and wanted to clarify what the best solution is. The main idea now is to reshuffle the position of the Vice President and to add one more position to the IB. So that would mean we would have 6 board members in the future. And the IB imagines that this restructuring of the International Board has a big impact for the whole network, such as this change would empower the network through more impactful activities and events which can be planned, better equip volunteers, and obviously also more policy and external representation. And in the following month, we will more thoroughly discuss this proposal, and then it will be voted upon during the General Assembly in May. And then some more general updates. On the last weekend of November, the first GA took place. You are already kind of informed about that. Due to the pandemic, obviously, it was online. From Eastern Germany, Pedro, Luis, and myself participated. But I won't go into details now, as you were informed about it via emails about the outcomes, and also we had a quick recap in one of the CLR calls. Then, very interesting for US sections as well, the application round for the ESN Awards 2021 has started. So you can apply with your activities, events, and initiatives, or also projects in, I think it's 14 categories actually. And these categories include, for example, culture, health and well-being, or also cooperation between the sections. And the deadline for you people to apply is the 28th of February, but you have also received all details in your inbox as well. Then ESN International has just launched a centralized recruitment campaign, which will be carried out over all the social media channels of ESN. It started now in February and will go until the end of March, if I'm not mistaken. And for you, you can obviously join these activities by either creating posts on your social media with the prepared material, or you can also share, obviously, the posts from ESN International. And also about this recruitment initiative, you have more details in your inbox. And then what I have already kind of mentioned before in the question round of the proposal about membership fee, the events organized by ESN International in the upcoming year will mainly take place in Brussels or close by, and will be organized by the staff members of the headquarters. Only for the bigger events like EGM, the regional platforms of the General Assembly, the IB will launch an open call again, because on one hand they are too big to be organized in Brussels itself, and most of them will only take place in 2022 again, and the open calls are launched 1 year in advance. And then what I said before, generally 4 months in advance to an event, it will be announced how the event will take place. So if it's a physical event in the end, if it's possible to hold a physical event, or if we need to go to an online event again. And that's already it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Jana. This means that we now move over to the speakers list, because we have the Q&A from the ESN International updates. I'm going to share my screen, just a second. Okay, and we go to the speakers list, and we have ESN International updates, and we already have questions. So,
nice.
Jana, are you ready?
I am ready.
To be grilled.
Yeah.
So, Ruben asks you, or says, thank you for the update. If I have a voucher for EGM 2021, but didn't register for the EGM, I guess many didn't because they believed it wouldn't take place, am I still able to receive a refund?
Yes.
Wow, let's continue. Okay, you only have one. You can only say one word for all questions. Okay.
Oh, damn.
No, I'm kidding. Okay, thank you. Lucas Hendorp. Question from someone who is still waiting for the 10% refund from the AGM. How much can I expect to get now, and is there any idea when that will happen? After all, I used that voucher platform to submit my data and was promised money within 7 days. That was months ago. So
Yeah.
we say it's late.
So the IB and the OC are still doing the final calculations on how high the refund will be. And what they have stated so far is that the refund from the original participation fee, which was 230 euros, will be around 70%. But they will let us know, obviously, when they have done all the calculations, how high the refund will actually be. For people who already got a refund, which you didn't, I know, they will only receive the amount which adds up. So if you already received, what was it, I think 20 euros, you will only receive the percentage which is still left. And for everyone who didn't receive any refund yet, they will obviously get the whole refund, so around 70%. And when will this approximately happen? As I said before, unfortunately, the process will probably take very long. So yeah, the OC mentioned it could take up to several months. So it would mean a lot of waiting once more. But yeah, as I said, it's all gonna be done manually, the bank transfers. And yeah, I guess that takes a lot of time. So we will probably have to have more patience as well.
Thank you, Jana. Sorry, I'm also dealing with other stuff on the side. I do
No
want to
worries.
give you my full attention. You deserve it. The next question is again from Ruben. And it is a question for implementing the 6th international board position. How will this benefit the network better compared to just add another position to the secretariat?
So first of all, as I said, we only received these news on, well, I think it was Friday or Thursday night, and we now have the chance to comment on the first draft, which the International Board has created until the end of February. So this could definitely be a question we could raise. One thing that I can imagine already now is that a sixth international board position obviously does not cost as much as a staff member, because the staff members are hired, so they get a salary, a monthly salary, and the members of the international board are volunteers just like we are. So yeah, it's definitely a cheaper option to help the network. Theo, you're muted.
Cool. I just said thank you, Jana. And there are no more questions as of now. How much time would we have planned? Actually, this is the 5 minutes that we planned in, so that is perfect. Thank you, Jana, for answering the questions and the presentations. We will now take this 15-minute break, so you guys can also consult about this proposal. So we will have the voting open until at least the what now, plus 15 minutes, so 12:52, and then we will continue with more voting. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're muted.
I muted myself to say hello to everyone. So hello, everyone. According to the agenda, we should be back. However, there are some clarifications going on, so we're going to need another 5 minutes. That gives you also 5 minutes more to vote, so we're not closing the vote. And to make any clarifications, if you want to also take a coffee or something like that. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. So let's say at 1 p.m. Okay.
Yes, we are. Okay. Every vote was, every section voted, so we can present you the results for the amendment. The question was, do you agree to add the amendment to the proposal calculation of the membership fee to the actual proposal? We have 32 yes votes, 4 no votes, and 3 sections abstained. So we have 88.9% yes votes. We only need 50%. So in the next voting block, when we are voting on the SOS proposals, we have 2 changes. If we compare the vote to the previously planned version, first one is that the amendment is added to the actual proposal, and second one is that this vote will be a secret vote, as we discussed in the very beginning of today's NA. Awkward silence, or am I just not hearing anything?
Okay, so we continue in the agenda, am I right? Let's have a look. I'm going to share my screen. So we should have more votes now, if I'm not mistaken. We have the vote block on the public and the private votes. So can I hand back to you, Patrick, to introduce it?
Yes, if you want to, obviously you can. Yes, as Theo said, we will now have the vote on the actual SOS proposals. On all the 6 proposals, 5 of them will be open votes, 1 of them will be a secret vote. And furthermore, we will be voting on the NB candidates. So how is this going to work? Firstly, we'll have 10 minutes to figure out that everyone got their email. Then we'll have a lunch break. If it's going to be 60 minutes or less, we're going to see. And then in the end, we're going to close the voting after the lunch break. So you'll have plenty of time to vote and think about what you're voting. Yeah, that's about it. So if you are faster and you can vote during the lunch break, then afterwards we can save these 10 minutes. So just a little hint.
Cool, thank you very much, Patrick. That means we now have quite a long break with voting and lunch, which is wonderful. So we have the lunch break. Let me take a look at the agenda to see when we return.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing about the voting. You will get 2 emails. One is about the voting block 7, which are the open votes, and one is about the voting block 8, which are the secret votes. So please, first open the one email and then the other. And make sure to vote during the break. That would be awesome. Cheers. Now back to you.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, so we will be back at 14:13. No, no, that's the closing of the voting. And then we have a presentation at 14:23. So you have over an hour now as a lunch break. See you guys back at 14:13. And en gute miteinander.
So Theo wants to tell us a joke.
Full disclosure, it was unanimously disliked, this joke. So but Chris wants me to do this, so I'll do this for him. So what did the German passengers of the Titanic say when they saw the iceberg approaching? I'm sinking, I'm sinking. Okay, good.
It's like good wine, it gets better the older it is.
And cheese. Text me.
Okay. Anyway, let us continue. I hope you guys had a nice lunch break. I surely did. I am sharing my screen. That is good. The next session that we have is the closing of the voting. Nice. Patrick, are you ready? You're muted. On purpose? Ah. Did you write?
Yeah, I just realized that I was unmuted and then I muted myself to speak because I didn't realize that I was muted.
Yep, I know that one. Well, anyway, knock us out of the park, Patrick. Do you need the screen?
No, because this vote is still not closed. Therefore, I don't have the results yet.
Ah, okay.
Because the point is closing of the voting.
I see. Good point. I've just been schooled.
Yeah, to give you an update, we need 2 more votes for voting block 7. But in voting block 8, every section voted. In voting block 7, every but 2 section voted. But our scrutineers are already in contact with the 2 sections and ask them if they had any difficulties.
Oh.
Yeah, we embrace the awkward silence again. What did you do during the lunch break? We did go outside and just walked outside a little.
I went outside and then
sunlight.
Me too. I had a shower, I ate, and I went for a walk. Very efficient.
Wow.
Nice.
Maschine.
I remember I was also requested to say some Schweizer Zungenbrecher. So
oh, jeez.
I can do that in some time.
Göttelig.
Are you ready? So, wenn Wasser wie wäre, wie würdet welche Walliser Wäschweiber wie die Wäschweiss waschen?
Wow.
Hinters Hans Heiris Haus habe ich 100 Hasen hören husten. This one I don't even understand. Gang gredi gegen Gümlige Gagükele, Gobgugers Gödeli Genga Caramel Gankele Gate. That's not my dialect, so I have no idea what I just said.
Okay, one more thing though from the voting side of the NA. The 2 sections missing the vote for vote block 7 received their voting link over Slack again. So nevertheless, we're closing the vote as stated in our agenda at 23 past.
Yeah.
We are only missing the vote from ESN Köln. If anyone knows from a person from ESN Köln, could you please get in touch with them, help us reach them, and find a solution?
Do you want to hear some more, or was that enough?
Go. You already are getting memes.
So feel free.
Die Schweiz am Zeit scheint die Sonne, und wenn sie die Schweiz am Zeit nicht scheint, dann scheint sie am Zeit zu Brunnen.
Ganz genau.
Same, same.
Der Papst hat Spiez, Speck, Besteck, Sport bestellt. Oh, that's a difficult one. Yes. Unsere Lütli läutet lauter wieder Lütlis Lüti läutet. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Mhm.
We're 20 past though, so we're out of time.
What? No, 22 past.
22 past.
23 past. What?
Okay. It's on the agenda. 20. Yeah, 23 past. Excuse me. Well, then you're lucky. I can continue.
It's your lucky day.
Okay. Oh no, I don't want the Best Swiss newsletter. Oh no, why is this an article? Okay. Basel auf der Rheinbrücke stehen 3 Türen, hohle, lange, leere Röhrli und durch die 3 Türen, hohle, lange, leere Röhrli lehren die Leute recht reden. Oh, shish.
One of the toughest I know in German is der Wachsmaskenmacher Max macht Wachsmasken aus Wachsmaskenwachs.
Oh,
What did you call me?
impressive.
What?
Pedro, why don't you share with us one of them from your native language, and maybe Luis as well? We can get a Spanish and a Portuguese version.
Tres tristes tigres tragaban trigo en un trigal. I also know R con R cigarro, R con R barril, rápido corren los carros por las vías del ferrocarril.
Okay, that's interesting. The one I have also, it's based on a lot of R's because Portuguese language is easy. We don't really have tongue twisters. Like the best we have o rato roeu a rolha de garrafa de rum do rei da Rússia.
That sounded like Russian.
No, I was going to say, you said I sound like Dutch, but that sounded like Dutch to me. Nice. Cool. 22, huh? Okay. Anyone else have something to waste everyone's time with?
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck could chuck as much wood if woodchuck could chuck wood.
Oh my.
All votes are casted, actually. We are done, right? Patrick?
Yep. Yeah, it's 39. Cool. So,
Yes,
perhaps.
every section voted and casted their vote. Therefore, we can continue with the official agenda. And in the end, we will present the voting results. Please, if the MB candidates didn't see or receive these information yet, please make sure to be in our BBB presentation so that you can accept your vote if you're actually accepted by the sections.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Not creepy at all. Okay, in that case, thank you very much, Patrick. Thank you everyone for voting. Our next presentation is by Marie Schneider from the Deutschland alumni. And I think it's a pre-recorded one. So, Chris, if you would be so kind.
You know, there are those TV shows that are running so great that at some point producers decide, hey, we could have a spin-off for that. Yeah, consider that for a moment, because ESN Germany, that's probably the original TV show. But the Alumni Network, that's the spin-off. So listen carefully, because in the next couple of minutes, you're gonna get updates from your favorite booster club that is supporting ESN Germany and its sections since 2010. So what have we been up to? First things first, we got a mascot. So say hello to Professor Dr. Delirious. It's really fitting, it's an owl, sharing the wisdom to the network, and as well being kind of fluffy and cute. So yeah, we're really looking forward to bring it to the next real National Assembly in person. But what else is there? We're at the moment 94 members with both active and former ESNers. So in case you haven't been aware of that concept before, yes, indeed, the alumni network in ESN Germany does not only consist of people that have left their ESN journey behind. We actually have a nice combination of people that is still very much involved And there are a couple of people that have had their active careers in ESN around like 10 years ago. So it's a really cool combination of really great individuals, and we are working perfectly fine as a whole. So that's really, really cool. We're also still having voting. So what we mostly vote on is requests on financial support for you. So whenever you send a request that cannot be decided upon by the board as such, we bring it to the rest of the network and ask them for their votes. So they all have a say on financial support we are giving. Then additionally, for the past 9 months, once a month, we have our Sunday call, which allows everyone in the alumni network to participate and brainstorm things or ideas, catch up with what's going on with everyday life, have a drink or play a game. And it's just really an open environment where everyone's welcome to join from the alumni network. And it's usually really fun. But engagement as such is really important to us. And we really want to know more about what's going on with you, what's going on with the sections. So we also hosted our very first networking event just a while ago. So thanks again for everyone that participated and everyone that filled in the feedback form. That was highly appreciated. So we can upgrade our game basically and see where else this is taking us. So stay tuned because there's more to come from the alumni. But what else do we offer? So we can support you in many different ways, even in those very digital times. So for example, we can support you on team activities. There are sometimes things that you want to do with your team, but you would need someone externally to actually lead a session or facilitate a session. Reach out to us. We are already supported on a team performance review and team building sessions as well. So this is something where you can involve us. Knowledge sharing. We can hold sessions as well. We are actually at the moment investigating on what kind of topics we could cover in the future. But also, if you have a special request, just send a mail to us and we can look into that. Also, you can invite us to your team meetings if we want to know more about the past of ESN or even from your own section. We're really happy to join whenever we can. And literally, you can ask us anything. So there are no stupid questions or, well, anyway, just ask whatever there is on your mind in any regards. We can also support you on organizing events. We got ourselves a licensed version for Zoom because we needed it for our summer event as well, where we're going to have all our members on a call. So if you want to use that for some event, just reach out to us and we can share the credentials with you. Still, you can always ask for financial support. That's what we're also there for. So if you want to, for example, attend a conference or a training, or you need some financial support for an online tool, just reach out to us as well. And last but not least, we're also offering you a way to ask for support in a different way. So in case there are any challenges that you're facing within your section or between sections or individuals, you can always reach out to our alumni council that is offering you confidential support. So they're not allowed to share any information with anyone else besides the ones you're allowing them to. So you can think of them as like the good souls that you can always reach out to in case you are struggling with something. And that's what they're there for as well. So if you want to get in touch, you can send us emails. Yes, we're old school like that, I know. Or you can also always visit our website to even become a member yourself. But wait, there's actually more, because I have something really nice to tell you today. Because this is how we feel when we see what you're up to. Times are really challenging these days. Times are really mad these days, let's be honest. But you're all doing such a great job as a section, as persons, and we're really proud of you. So we want to give something back. So that's how we came up with the Alumni Award. And we're having 3 categories that you could apply for. So first of all, we have the best virtual event. Any event that you hosted for international students or for students that are still allowed to go abroad, anything that you've been doing in the past couple of months that you want to show us, you can apply for it. Then we're looking for the best virtual team building. What have you been doing for your section, or perhaps even sections from your region, to create better bonds and stronger bonds? And then last but not least is our wildcard category. Because we had lots of discussions around what else we could offer, what else could we give you an award for? And there are so many different things that came to our mind. Greatest video, greatest Instagram account, greatest collaboration with the international office. There are so many things, and it's really difficult to pinpoint it to several ones. So we decided to give this special category. Impress us, surprise us, show us something that makes your section special, or something that doesn't fit the other two categories, but you really want to show off with. So we're gonna launch those awards on February 17th. And yeah, we're not just doing it for the fame. Yes, you can actually win some prizes. And there's gonna be more information around that soon. So stay tuned. And in case you still have any further questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Take care. And yeah, let's shape ESN together. Enjoy the rest of the National Assembly.
Okay, we're back. Hope you guys enjoyed the presentation from the alumni. Following that, we have the presentation from VDSI, pre-recorded by Monica. So please, Chris, if you could.
Hi, everyone. I'm Monica, and I'm here to talk to you about the VDSI, the Verband Deutscher Studierendeninitiativen, as it is called in German. First of all, we should start with some facts about me. I am 25 years old, and I am a part of student-led organizations since I started university in 2015. Currently, I'm studying sociology, and I'm part of the national board of the VDSI in this year, and that's why I was invited. I'm part of the national board together with Julia Bauer. Some of you may know her. She was part of your national board for 2 years. But what is the VDSI? It is an association of student-led voluntary organizations, and we represent nearly 100,000 students, including ESN Germany. And here's a little overview of our other members. It represents students that are volunteering in different areas. ELSA Germany, for example, is an association for law students, and JC Network One for people who want to experiment in the area of consulting. I started volunteering at Studies Without Border, an organization that tries to make education accessible in areas where it isn't as easy as in Germany. And there are many more, and you can learn about them on our website, and you can ask me if you want via mail or contact me in different ways. But what do we actually do? Well, there are a few areas, but breaking it down, we try to help you and the other organizations to exchange knowledge and create projects together. And on the other hand, we want to represent your interest to the German politics and publicity. If you have any new idea, the chances are very high that someone in our network had this idea too, is maybe already working on it, and can help you to make it possible in your network. And then we all know that we dedicate a lot of time and a lot of love in our volunteering activities. And the VDSI wants to point that out to the German politics and public and the universities, and generate some benefits for all of us. Now, what else should you know? The VDSI is a nonprofit organization and tries to represent as many students as possible, and therefore we are not members of any party. And yeah, everyone is welcome in our organization. And finally, here's the team for 2020 and 2021, or at least the national board team. Yeah, the four of us are looking very forward to get to know ESN Germany this year and to work with you, create cool things and get to know each other. And if you have any questions, idea, or want to be part of the VDSI, then feel free to contact me. I'm excited to get to know as many of you as possible.
So we are back. I hope you guys enjoyed the presentation, which was prepared by Monica from us. Thank you also, Monica, for being here and taking the time to chat with us.
Thanks for inviting me.
You're most welcome. We now have some time for some questions and answers. So I'm going to head over to the speakers list tool, see if we have anything. And as you can see, at the moment, we do not have a question.
That's all right.
It is Sunday afternoon, you know.
Yes, yes. It was...
People are warming up. I'm sure there's questions coming in now, we can see.
Yeah.
Perhaps while we're waiting, you want to maybe introduce yourself a little bit. Let us know of your background, how you came into your position.
How I came into my position. I mean, like everyone else, I probably was drunk at some event and someone asked me to do it, and I was like, okay, let's. No, I'm in the VDSI since 2017, I think, and I just really love the idea behind it. So I thought I would give it a try, and now I am where I am. And Julia is there with me, so that's helping a lot.
It's nice. We all appreciate Julia's company, so it's a good position to be in. Very nice. So we have two questions that have arrived. The first one from Jana is, dear Monica, thank you very much for being here today and your interesting presentation. Due to the pandemic, many of our sections were struggling with human resources and the motivation of their members. Do you have any insights how other members of the VDSI were dealing with this problem? Did they have the same problems?
Yes, they definitely do. Like, we all struggle with it. It's hard to motivate ourselves, and it's hard to motivate others. Yeah, every other member is struggling with it. I don't know. I can't tell you what to do. I'm struggling with it myself. I think it's just important that we support each other and maybe talk about it and just maybe do some fuck up rounds and be mad about it. But I think it will get better. And yeah, we're gonna go through it together, and I think we can make it.
Nice, cool. Lucas asks, what should I do as a section to get more involved with the VDSI and make use of some benefits? Or is that something rather between ESN Germany and VDSI?
No, I think like everyone's welcome. I don't know where your interests are. You can like look up what we all do, and if there's like anything you're interested in, just like let me know or let Julia know or any of the other peoples, and we'll find a spot for you, and we can work together always.
Nice, cool. So at the moment, that was the two questions that we have. Let's wait a little bit longer in case maybe someone else comes up with a question. I don't know if anybody maybe from the national board has something they would like to ask you.
I mean, you can always like text me afterwards and ask questions. So it's not your one and only chance.
It's nice. Glad to hear it. Julia also just reacted to the question, and she said, we have a community call where everyone can join on the 24th of February with the topic Mitgliederakquise. Just ask your wonderful representatives to share the invitation. I guess that covers you as well.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
Suggest to wait just maybe 1 more minute because we don't know how. Yes, sorry.
No, if there's something coming, I can stay, but if not, I can just leave you alone with your incredible jokes, and I wait for people to ask me afterwards.
That sounds great. There is one more entry. Somebody is coming up with a question. Michelle, where can they reach you afterwards?
Can you upload the presentation somewhere, because there was my mail and I think also my phone number.
Okay,
I think that would be the easiest way to reach me.
Yes, the delegates will receive all of the presentations and stuff.
Then the information is there.
Fantastic. Okay, so Michelle asks, how can a section get into the Lokalrunden?
It just depends in which city it is. The best thing is to text me or write a mail to me, and I'll see if there is a Lokalrunde in your city, and then I'll connect you with the people who organize it, because I don't do it myself. I just talk to the people and I can connect you though. So just let me know which city you're living in, and if there is a Lokalrunde, I can connect you.
Very cool. I think that is it for now, but we have your contacts, and I'm sure people will have questions down the line. So also from me, big thank you that you've taken the time to join and present and answer our questions. And I hope it was a nice experience for you.
It was. I'll stay and get to know you all a bit better. So yeah, thank you. Have a great day and see you. Bye.
You're most welcome. Bye. Okay. This means we continue with our agenda, and that means we have the presentation on the 3-year strategy draft by PP, Pedro and Patrick, the dream team. Are you guys ready? Who shall I share the screen with?
We recorded it.
Oh, you recorded it. Okay, good. Excellent. Well then, Chris, you
do your magia.
Hello and welcome to our 3-year strategy presentation. It's me again, but I promise it's the last time you need to see me in a recorded presentation for this NA. I'm here with Pedro, our amazing president. And yeah, the next couple minutes, we're going to talk about the 3-year strategy, which is going to be valid from this year up until 2024. A short overview about what we're going to talk about today. First, general stuff about the 3-year strategy working group, so who's working on it. Then what is a 3-year strategy? What's the goal of a 3-year strategy? Then how do we structure our 3-year strategy? And then Pedro is going to tell you about the topics, about what we want to include, and maybe about how far we've come. And in the end, we have a call for action for you, so stay tuned. First up, the 3-year strategy working group. Here we have our 6 beautiful members, Jana, Michael, Pedro, Thomas, myself, and Margarita. And yeah, we are working on the 3-year strategy for a couple months now and are proud to present our first draft. Okay, what's a 3-year strategy? First off, the goals. In general, it's about strategic plans and growth, and to figure out big ideas that need longer than 1 year to achieve. Then it's about a vision. So where do we want to go? Where do we see East and Germany in 3 years? Then specific to our organization, it's about goals and orientation for the national level. So it's kind of an inspiration for the individual actual plans of our NVs. And obviously it's about transparency. So every section and every member of the section can know where do we want to go, what's the general idea about where to go. And obviously, it's about the documentation of ideas. So it's everything in one document and in one space where you can access it easily. Then the procedure about how to implement a 3-year strategy and what are we going to talk about and what did we do in the last couple months and weeks. So basically, it's 4 phases. The first phase is analysis, which is an ongoing process in ESN Germany. So basically, the NB compares what have we done so far, how far have we gotten with the previous NB and what we are achieving in our mandate. Then development phase, which is the current stage, what we are currently doing. So figuring out the new 3-year strategy, then implementation, which I'm going to talk about in a second a little bit more, and monitoring, obviously, are we on course, how far are we, and yes, keeping an eye on the goals we wanted to achieve. That now, implementation. First, it's about small actions plans that are from the NB, so they have an action plan for their mandate, 1 per year. So basically, we'll have 3 action plans within our 3-year strategy. Then implementation is also about to include the sections, so that it's not, this 3-year strategy is not only a thing that the NB and the national level has something to do with, but also the sections are included and can contribute something themselves. And yeah, then obviously it's about regular checkups. So every NA, every second NA, or however the NB and the 3-year working group is going to figure it out. Then small updates on the NA about how it's going, how far are we gotten. And yeah, all this is rooted in transparency so that everyone knows what's going on. Okay, my last point for this presentation is the structure of our 3-year strategy. First up, obviously, we have a cover page with vision, mission, and values. Vision is something Pedro is going to talk about in a second. Mission and values is, yeah, obviously, ESN International has these on their website as well, so that's nothing we have to figure out by ourselves. Then obviously introduction, what is the 3-year strategy, what is it about, and stuff like that. Then topics, the main part, the core of our 3-year strategy, which Pedro is going to explain a little bit more in detail. Basically, it's our current situations, and then our goals, aims, and objectives for the future. And obviously then closing words with acknowledgements and stuff like that.
So, I guess it's my turn now. Right now, I'm going to give you a quick overview on how we structure the topics of the 3-year strategy, which is basically the areas where we decided to group all the goals that we saw that were needed for the organization in these 3 years. So without further ado, let's just go through the whole list. We basically have 6 main sections. And this time we wanted to take a more people-based approach. So that's why the first 2 chapters are going to be exchange students and volunteers. In the exchange students, we will be focusing a lot on the incoming and outgoing students because they are basically our main group, our main target group of the whole organization. So they're basically the people we want to reach and help out to. The volunteers are you, of course. So of course, we want to keep you more in a bigger focus into the goals that we achieve and basically give you a much better experience when volunteering in ESN. Furthermore, you volunteers are not on your own, you guys are all together in the sections. So the sections, we also try to base some of the goals and achievements to reach to help our sections and make them also feel a better supported part of the network. And then we took the 3 other chapters are more about the professional development of the organization of the national level in itself. So first, cooperation and outreach is something more in the areas of advocacy and PR and communication. So it goes into the areas of institutions, into cooperation with our student organizations, and so on. Finance and partnership, it was a bit of a hard topic to come up with because it's very hard to be concrete but vague at the same time when you come to finances. But we basically try to divide it into private sponsorship and finances in general. And the last but not least, one of the areas where we have seen a lot of development the last few years or decade even, which is the structure of ESN Germany, which we're still in, let's say, in a more like we're still developing, but we're starting to be a more established organization and being just basically more in a stabilization process. And we want to have a more sustainable growth. So those are some points we are going to be touching in this chapter. I'm not going to go through the individual goals of each topic and chapter that I already mentioned, because that's basically the next point that we're going to come to is basically the call for action. So what can you do and what's the next step now? Basically, we sent over email and Slack probably like a couple of days ago the current draft of the new 3-year strategy document, which we have prepared for a long time. We have been basically working week in and week out into trying to make a document which fits our consultation or analysis, which we have done so far. And we will really appreciate it if you guys could have a look and leave your suggestions. Please do not feel, let's say, discouraged of leaving feedback, even if it's negative, because that's the only way we can improve. So for that reason, we are very well appreciating thoughtful discussions on certain topics and constructive feedback on anything that you see. We still have to work a lot on the wording, so maybe that's something you can also give us some suggestions to. And in the content and in the goals, you can always say us everything you like and you don't like. Furthermore, Patrick already mentioned something about the vision, and that's that we want to have a workshop at some point, probably in the near future, where we will have let's say a session to basically come up with the vision for ESN Germany. So basically having a sentence where you say by 2024 ESN Germany will be, and then the vision. So where do we envision the organization to be by then? So I think
2024 will be awesome.
Exactly. So I think it will be a very exciting time. It's a really emotional project that we have been creating, and we hope you will like it. And as always, reach out to us if you have any ideas or suggestions or anything. We're always happy to listen and hear out from you. And yeah, we don't have an email for the working group, but you can always reach us by email or Slack. If you reach us by email, I will forward the email to everyone in the working group. And yeah, thank you much for your attention. If you have any questions, just go ahead.
Okay, welcome back. We're finished. Now we go to the next session, which is the Q&A about the 3-year strategy draft. I'm sure you have millions of questions for Patrick and Pedro. So let's dive right into the speakers list.
You can have 5, not a million.
Yeah, 5 is enough.
I'm sure there is nothing because it's taking a long time to load all of the questions.
Agreed.
Oh,
Hi,
Julia.
Julia.
Well, she had a nap, so she has energy to ask questions.
Oh, yeah, that sounds fair. I also want to have a nap.
Which is an unfair advantage over you. Because it's a competition, right?
Lucas just was like, did he just call my app slow? Did you just assume the speed of his app? I'm not sure if you mentioned it. Okay, sorry.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so Julia asks you, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but until when do you need the comments on the document?
So we wrote it in the Slack post. We agreed on taking Monday, the 1st of March as your point for gathering comments. However, if you really need more time because of exam phase and so on, let us know. We will talk about it. We could probably prolong the time frame for comments. That should be no problem.
Don't say that. Now everyone is just going to ask us to...
But do it until the 1st of March.
1st of March. 1st of March.
Maybe I'm too nice. I'm sorry.
So Felix is asking a question. So maybe this is covered in your presentation. I didn't watch it, so you can just say covered if it's covered in the presentation. But since we're waiting, I'll ask you: are you planning on having SMART goals and KPI in your 3-year strategy?
So the thing is about KPIs, for example, SMART goals. Maybe Patrick can say something more about that. But KPIs, it's more fit actually for action plans, because that's where you can actually be more concrete on following up more points, while the 3-year strategy should just give you the basis to you put the action plans on each year. Patrick, do you wanna?
I don't want to answer or add anything. I think you answered it quite well.
Yeah. In case. Well, what's SMART goals again?
Specific,
Short.
measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely.
Yeah, I mean, we
Sorry,
did not tackle it as a SMART goal concept, but we had, like, in our working group, a lot of discussions of, like, is this an actual concrete goal, or did you say improve? What does improve mean? We did go through the wording and try to find out, like, what's a proper goal to write down.
Okay, so we have. No worries. Thank you. Thank you for humoring my questions. So we have a question from a random ESNer called Christian. He's asking, should the 3-year strategy be more binding than it is so far? And then a slogan, roadmap for the network.
If I may start answering this. We, as I explained, have a little bit of a roadmap about how to implement this strategy, and maybe even about how to make sure that it's not just going to be forgotten in September or something like that. So it's definitely the plan to make both the NB and the sections in specific, you wouldn't know what I'm saying, more aware of the strategy, and yeah, maybe even keep the sections involved, and maybe try and yeah, get some input from the section over the next couple of years, and not only until the 3-year strategy is published.
Yes, and besides the 3-year strategy, we also need to have discussions about the action plans, because I feel we also need to have more accountability on that note. And these are, of course, all ideas and discussions we all need to have together as a network, and then decide how we can implement proper measurement points or accountabilities and so on. So yeah, there are some plans. We just need to, like, go through them. The idea is to vote on the final strategy for the summer NA, and until then we want to have a lot of workshops. Well, not a lot, a couple. So that we can talk about these things with you, and ideally we can come up with a very nice finished proposal, very nice for the summer NA.
Fantastic. So we have another question from Felix. He's asking you, well, he's saying, first of all, I want to thank you for your work this far. Here. Have you already talked to your potential successor about the 3-year strategy, and will you stay involved? Will you?
I think that's one for you, Ping.
I think, yeah, because I don't know who's your potential successor, but you can already start thinking about it. Taking my propaganda away. So the thing is, Thomas is already in the working group, so he has been implemented throughout the whole brainstorming, analysis, consultation, everything. So that's like a very good basis to work on. If you get selected, of course, we'll have a transition. We'll have a bunch of talks about everything that we have mentioned so far, and also maybe give him some of my ideas for him to use however he sees fit, and to talk about it with his national board. I also think during the transition meeting, we also need to talk about this. So you can also include the national board as a national level, probably the audit board also, more into the 3-year strategy process, because it's not supposed to be something only for the president to take care of. It's something for the president to coordinate, of course, but it's something for the whole network to actually implement and help out to become stronger and better and faster, like Kanye West said it. So.
Really?
Yes, I went there, I'm sorry.
Okay, so at the moment we only have completed entries. We have a comment there by Christian. Chris also commented, will on the summer NA just voted on one freer strategy or on the principle of the freer strategy? I mean, one could create a freer strategy, but maybe it's necessary to add some adjustment mechanism, like Theo mentioned for Switzerland. Any comments regarding that?
So it's actually to vote on the freer strategy. So the idea is to have a plan from 2021 to 2024. So the idea is obviously to vote on the document that we want to put forward and that we have to have as a strategic document in our network. The principle should be a priority in the discussions in the future, and how to implement it either in our SOS or as some sort of interne Geschäftsordnung. That's also possible. We'll need to see. Patrick, do you want to say something else?
Sorry?
Do you want to add up or?
No, just that it's very important that, yeah, as you say, it's not going to be just forgotten in a couple months or after the first action plan by the first NB, but also the next NB will be reminded that there is this 3-year strategy, because it's important that you have the bigger goals also in mind, because if you only plan with things you can achieve during 1 year, you will never get to bigger projects you need more than one mandate for. So that's why we think it's very important that we keep everyone reminded from time to time that the 3-year strategy exists.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you to the both of you. Since we have no more questions, and I think we're also out of time, I suggest that we close the speakers list. And I will also close it because there is nothing coming in. And that means we actually are done with the Q&A. Which means we actually now have the voting results. So very exciting. Can we ask all of the candidates to join us here? And Patrick, I guess you are ready.
Yes, we are. Firstly, I'm going to start with the results for the SOS proposals, and then later we're going to do the secret NB votings. So let's go. Just as a reminder, this is not the exact order in which we voted on the proposals, but it's easier to present it this way. First, we'll have the single majority proposals. First one was, do you agree to the proposal restructuring of the COC? We have 36 yes votes, no votes. Therefore, we have 100% yes for this proposal. So this is accepted. Next one is the, do you agree to the proposal limitation of the group of persons eligible fuck me, for the vote delegations? We have 35 yes votes, 2 no votes, which is equal to 94.6% yes. So this is passed as well. Next proposal. Do you agree to the proposal timeframe of the section consultation procedures? 37 yes, 1 no, 97.3% yes votes. Therefore, this passed as well. Now, this vote was obviously a secret vote, and the question was, do you agree to the proposal calculation of the membership fee, including the amendment by ESN Bayreuth, TUNI München, Leih-Greifswald, Jena, and TU Dresden? Are you excited? It's 26 yes votes, so we have 72% yes, 11 no votes, which is equal to almost 30%, and 2 votes which did not count into the yes and no votes. So we have 70 yes, which is the reason why it's accepted as well. Then the next two, we need a 3/4 majority because these actually change our statutes. Do you agree to the proposal editorial changes to our SOS? 34 yes votes, 2 no votes, and the rest abstained. Therefore, we have 87.2% in favor of this proposal, which is more than 75%, so this proposal passes well. And the last one is, do you agree to the proposal making digital national assemblies permanently possible? 36 yes, 3 no, therefore 92.3% is more than 75. This proposal passes well. Now, I would like as many cameras on as possible, not only from the NB applicants, but also from all the other participants in this call, because then we can cheer them on if they are elected. And yes, make a little noise, because otherwise they would have been on stage with hundreds of people cheering for them, and now it's online, so that we can at least have a little bit of feeling of people being interested in the new NB elections. Okay, I still see a couple of cameras. There we go. Okay. First, yeah, obviously it's single majorities again. So to be voted, you need at least 50% of the votes. Do you elect Thomas Moch, ISN Karlsruhe, as president for the mandate 2021-2022? We have 39 yes votes, which is 100%, no no's. Therefore, I'm asking Thomas to unmute yourself. Nimmst du die Wahl an?
Ja. Thank you.
Woo, 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 woo.
Congrats.
One more thing, I need to ask this in German, and you need to say yes and not yeah, not yes. So for some reason, because we're in Germany.
Okay, ja.
You did say, you did say
Moment.
Nice. Next question was, who do you elect as vice president for the mandate 2021-2022? We had 2 candidates. Nicolas Herr, ESN Braunschweig, got 26 votes, which is 68.4%. Juliane Wachsmann, ESN Ipaslandau, got 12 votes, which is 31.5%. We had none of the above, and 1 delegate decided to abstain from the vote. Therefore, Nicolas Herr got more than 50% of the votes and will be, if he accepts this, our new vice president. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Yes,
So,
thank you. Of course, I'm accepting.
Nimmst du die Wahl an?
Und ja, gerne.
Okay. Congratulations. Then we have a new vice president. For the next question, I don't need anyone to unmute yourself. Do you elect Marion Reckmann, ESN Frankfurt am Main, as national representative for the mandate 2021-2022? 39 yes votes, which is 100%. No.
Yay.
Nimmst du die Wahl an?
Ja.
Okay. Did you hear her? I think so. Okay. New vice NR. Congratulations.
No, NR.
Anna.
No. New NR. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, next. Now we're the board support positions, because we only had applicants for 3 national board positions. Next up is the education officer. Do you elect Johanna Treusin, ESM Hamburg, as education officer for the mandate 2021-2022? We got 39 yes votes, therefore it's 100% acceptance from the sections. Johanna, next to the Wahl an.
Ja, das tue ich.
Woo!
Danke.
Education officer. Next up is the event manager. Do you elect Milan Grigul, ESN Düsseldorf, as event manager for the mandate 2021-2022? We have 22 yes votes, 15 no, 2 sections or delegates abstained. Therefore, 60% yes, which is more than 50%. We have a new and an old new event manager. Milan, nimmst du die Wahl an?
Ja, ich nehme die Wahl an.
Sehr schön. Gratulation. Okay, who's left? Next up, do you elect Bashi? He is Mesa München as Partnership Manager for the mandate 21-22. 39 yes votes, no one abstained. Therefore, Bashi, nimmst du die Wahl an? I think you lagged. You need to answer again. First, unmute yourself, maybe, then we might be able to hear you.
I think she's lagged.
Hört ihr mich?
Yes.
Ja, ich nehme die Wahl an.
Okay, also ich glaube,
das nehmen wir.
Wir haben eine neue Partnership Managerin. Then the webmaster, do you elect Christian Meiner, ESN Freiburg, as webmaster for the mandate 21-22? We have 38 yes votes, 1 no, 97.4% in favor. Therefore, it's more than 50. Christian, nimmst du die Wahl an?
Ja, nimm die Wahl an.
Oh, therefore you have
Streamlord.
Almost complete. Now the only one who's left is Leon. Do you elect Leon Hill, ESN Bochum, as Vice National Representative for the mandate 2021-2022? 39 yes votes, no one abstained as well. Therefore, 100%. Leon, nimmst du die Wahl an?
Ja.
Nice.
My boy!
Okay, that's it from my side. We have a new board. We have a couple new proposals which got accepted. And yeah, I think Pedro is going to say something now. Or Theo, I don't know.
Yes, or no, Theo, you can speak. First, you finish your part and then.
Aha, you mean for the finishing. Okay, good. Ah, yes, okay, so let's just quickly share the presentation. Firstly, from my side, congratulations. I'm actually not sharing the screen, am I? Cool. So congratulations to all of the candidates. I wish you all the best. Commemorations for those who didn't get elected. I hope you can still find some cool stuff to do in ESN. Thank you for everyone for the weekend. It was a very nice experience for me. Good luck to the new boards. Also, just a big thank you from me for this extended national level. I think it's really great that you have an audit team, that you have alumni that stick around and ask questions and that give advice, that you have an IT team. It's a really cool system, and I always felt like I was getting the expertise and the support that I needed. So that made my life very easy. So that's very cool. The whole ESN Germany can be proud of that. You're doing a great job. So it was a lot of fun. I also enjoyed hanging out with you guys yesterday. So I hope you could bear my chairing and my bad jokes. Also, a huge thank to Bozo for tirelessly writing the minutes and writing the answers in the speakers list tool. Thank you very much. People might not notice it as much, but that's a lot of hard work. So thank you very much, Bozo, for that. I think that's more or less everything I wanted to say. Thank you, everyone, for asking questions, having these great discussions. It was super interesting. We're not that late, so it's quite okay, I think. But you can make up your own mind, and I'm already babbling on too much. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Pedro, for pushing me to do this, or persuading me to do this. It was a very fun experience, and that's enough for me for now. Over to you, Pedro, with the closing of the NA.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Theo. I mean, before I begin my big round of thank yous, I think Thomas wants to have a couple words, which he mentioned to us. So I will give you a couple minutes. Take your time to say what you want to say, Thomas, and then let me know.
Okay, thank you, Pedro. Thank you, Theo. Of course, thank you for the trust and for the election. But I would like to use the opportunity to make a statement and an announcement. There will also be an email to the section list about this in the following days. But I would like to, use the wide audience that we have right now to say this. So as you maybe got from the statement from ESN Freiburg yesterday and also from the cash audit today, the financial situation in ESN Germany is not perfect. That doesn't just mean that we are in the need for more money. That also means that there is a lot of room for improvement on how our finances are handled. So what we would like to do is form a working group working in the next couple of months, which will be coordinated by our financial auditor, Niklas Scheidmann, who told me that he would be willing to face that task and who has a few general tasks to prepare a situation with which the following treasurer can work. This does explicitly not mean that they should find money or like income sources, but it means that they should get an overview on the financial situation we're having, on the financial needs that our network is having on the national level, and how these needs can be fulfilled. They should clear out the tasks of the treasurer and also of the accountant we are paying, and also in general about the bookkeeping and the taxation that we are facing on the national level. All this should make it possible for a future treasurer that we will hopefully elect on the next National Assembly to have a better start of his work and the basis to build his work on. So right now I would like to ask for your participation, for everyone who is listening right now, because for two reasons we need wide participations on that matter. First of all, we of course need the knowledge that different people might having regarding finances, but also regarding German tax law, for example. So please, if you know anybody in your section who might help there, forward it. But also, I would like to say that it's very important that we get more people involved on this matter, also more people from the sections to get an insight on the finances of the national level and how this works, so that during the next NAs we can have a well-prepared discussion and take decisions where we want to go as a network in ESN Germany. And for that, I think it's really important that it's not just the national board or like the organs of ESN Germany who are taking a look into that, but also that we keep the sections involved from the beginning. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you so much for the time you gave me here. And yeah, thanks for the great organization of this National Assembly.
Thank you. I think Boso, you also want to take a couple minutes to say something?
Yeah, so apologies in advance for a potential rant, but I have this tradition that I always like to say a few things at the end. So I think some of you are already aware, but this is actually the first time me and Theo had a ESN statutory event experience. So I think I speak for both of us. I want to say that we are extremely grateful for the opportunity. It was really like an autopilot drive because we had so many people help us along the way, which were there for us at any moment. In regards to Theo, I think I couldn't have asked for a better and less religious chairing partner. Now, when it comes to the current NB, I really hope that this isn't the end of your ESN journey, but rather a new beginning. I really think it's is perfectly summed up by the Frankfurter slogan that I learned this weekend, which is okay, geht noch mal los. So I think that fits very nicely into it. Now about stars of this weekend, newly elected board. So first to Juliana, I hope this won't discourage you, but that you'll use this as a motivation for other even greater things. When it comes to the elected people, as they say, guten Rutsch in the mandate year. I hope you'll have an amazing year and also fulfill all your goals. When I say fulfill your goals, I mean to the point that people will start giving you superhero nicknames that will be as fresh and even cooler than Waterboy. And yeah, I would like to apologize in the end because I didn't really get to meet you to the point that I wanted to. I do believe in a thing called balance. So when I saw how much energy Theo brought, I just turned off my camera and did my ghostwriter Vice and our job. So I really do hope I'll get the chance to meet many of you on future ESN events. And if you're ever in Osijek, you know what to do. Now, yeah, one more last thing. There is always this energy drop when it comes to ESN events that you get depressed after it's over. So I hope to at least continue the energy one more day, which is why I plan to write you the minutes today, tomorrow, so you can already read to it one more time and also update all the spelling mistakes and everything I did wrong in the speakers list, so you can pick your poison and enjoy the NA one more day by rereading it again if that's something you enjoy. So yeah, thank you for the rant, that you listen to it, and enjoy your Sunday and Valentine's Day.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Great, thank you very much. Now, it's of course that time of the NA where I go and say a lot of thanks. Where to begin? I mean, let me begin first by the people who you spoke. Theo, Bozo, you guys were amazing. I think you have been an amazing cherry team. We have been super productive. I think even with physical CTs, I never managed to get so much done in so few calls. And we even could have some loss in, which was amazing. I think people are very grateful for that. I think you will see how much love you're getting in the spam groups, which just shows the quality of the work that you brought into ESN Germany, and we highly appreciate that. Thank you very much for the IT team, you guys, and also for everyone who's right now in ESN Freiburg and made this online NA happen. They basically took over the new job of an OC 3 times in a row, which is incredible. And that you basically put everything here for us together was amazing. I think we're all super grateful for that. The Garrison was an amazing thing, right? I think it was super fun, much better than anyone could have ever hoped. Well, I don't know. The pub quiz was amazing. I loved it. I enjoyed the moments like I could not have imagined in an online event. So for that, thank you very much for the alumni for being there with us, having had so much fun with us, and being in the Bühne and singing the song from Theo live in front of everyone. That was amazing, and also for sponsoring the whole platform. I think everyone enjoyed it, and also again, thank you for the IT team for developing the whole thing. Right, that's so much work. Thank you to the audit board, especially Patrick. Patrick, we have too many calls. In the last 4 weeks. Oh my God, I think I talk more to you than with my mother. That's that's beautiful. And it also with you, it's a pleasure to work with you. I think the feeling has been great, and we can manage to achieve a lot. And we still have to finish the 3-year strategy, so you're not getting rid of me so soon. And of course, the legal audits and everyone who helped in with this whole amount of chaos with the proposals. It makes me very happy to see our organization developing and being much more stable, becoming a more sustainable organization. There is still a lot of more work to do, guys. So this is like a call to action for you to stay asking questions, stay reaching out to the national board, stay being up in the discussions, because that's how we can improve. We need to have this accountability. We need to have we need to communicate with each other, and we need to know what each other needs, so that we can know how can we can help out each other and stay in line with the missions of ESN, and representing international students and making the experience of international students in mobility programs inclusive and just an amazing time altogether. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating. To my national board, this has been and I cannot say it has been an amazing year, because this has been a bit crushing emotionally with the pandemic and everything. But having you in my national board, that made it a bit better. It was I really enjoyed our time, even though we could not have like physical events, to properly enjoy the time with each other. So it was for me a pleasure. Thank you all for trusting me and being your president for this mandate. Thank you all for staying so active and keep providing Erasmus students so much help, and even in these dire times, it shows me that we are truly strong as a species, and that we can overcome anything that comes in front of us. So keep improving, keep discussing. I love you all. You guys are all amazing. This is a beautiful organization, so please keep it alive. Let's all help each other out and not stress each other out. And yeah, without further ado, I hereby.
Okay. Sorry, everyone got thanked, but the current NB day came a bit short, because I feel like the last year was a very hard year, and I want to thank you in the name of both the audit board and I guess the section will join me as well, to support the network during these times. And even though you started your mandate with the expectations on having a normal-ish year, and then having Corona hitting both the network and your private lives and your work with the ESN Germany, I can only imagine that it's quite difficult. So thank you very much that you supported the network until now, and until you give over to the next mandate. And Pedro, I just can say the same thing back. We've called more than I've called with my whole family together, and I'm looking forward to having many more calls with you and with Thomas.
Yes. Also, congratulations to the whole new board. I'm pretty excited for the transition already. We have so much to work on, so I hope you're all motivated and ready for that. And yeah, I don't want to take out the time of anyone else. Thank you all very much. It has been my pleasure being here, and sadly everything comes to an end, but I think we can always cherish that it happened. We are not sad because it's over. We are happy because it happened, and that's something I like to share. I hope we can see each other again at some point. Wherever I am, you always have a home. And yeah, I hereby close the Winter National Assembly of ESN Germany. Thank you all for coming. Stay safe, stay healthy, and help to all. Potato.
And before we end the stream about Gathertown, it's still open until 5 for more than 25 people afterwards. You can still be there, but I think the limit is to 25 people. So yeah, that's it. But I hope you got to know a nice tool and maybe use that or something similar for any other meeting you have. So have fun.
Okay. Ist der Stream over?
Wir müssen so ein bisschen so Outtakes machen. Also wir sind noch on.
Was für Outtakes machst du?